Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
It started as a prank in a cemetery. It ended with a town in full-blown panic, a body on a cold cobblestone road, and a courtroom trying to decide if you can legally kill what you think is a ghost. It started with a joke in a cemetery. Not a demon, not a cursed object, not some ancient ritual, just a bored young man in women's clothes, creeping between tombstones to scare his friends. No one wrote it down at the time, but if you believe the locals, the air in Hammersmith changed that night. The way the wind moved through the churchyard, the way footsteps sounded on the cobblestones after dark. One stupid prank, and suddenly people weren't just walking past the graveyard anymore. They were hurrying past it, hands clenched, eyes straight ahead, pretending not to hear what was moving in the fog behind them. And then, as always, the stories started. At first it was simple. I saw something white moving between the graves. A figure here, a shadow there, but the details began to grow teeth. One man swore it sank into the ground. A woman said it grabbed her throat from behind. A carriage driver claimed a horned creature charged out of the darkness, and he was so terrified he abandoned his horses and passengers on the road. The town wasn't laughing at the prank anymore. They gave it a name. They called it the Hammersmith Ghost. Soon, no one in that London suburb was walking alone after dark. Doors that had stayed open for decades were suddenly bolted. Bedroom curtains stayed shut. Men who worked brutal jobs all day, bricklayers, carters, laborers with hands like stone, found themselves sitting up in bed at 2 a.m., listening way too closely to every creak and sigh of their houses, wondering if that was just the wind, or the soft, dragging step of something making its way down their street. And then someone died. A pregnant woman found collapsed near the cemetery, barely able to whisper about a white-robed figure rising out of the ground before she was gone. That was all it took. Overnight, this stopped being a ghost story and turned into something like a small-town war. The Night Watch doubled their patrols. Men who had never fired a weapon in their lives suddenly had pistols on their hips, clubs in their hands, and one clear mission in their heads: find the Hammersmith Ghost and end it. That's where this story stops being spooky and starts being something else. Because one cold winter night, a quiet lane near that cemetery, filled with the crunch of boots, the hiss of lanterns, and the ragged breathing of a tax collector who had convinced himself he was a hero. Hidden behind a bush heart, pounding finger hovering near the trigger of his gun, he believed every rumor, every whispered account, every late-night scream that echoed off those old church walls. In his mind, he wasn't waiting for a man in a costume. He was hunting a monster. Up the road, a young bricklayer in bright white work clothes turned the corner, angry, tired of the hysteria, determined to prove there was no ghost at all. He saw a shape hiding. He saw a coward in the dark, tormenting his town. And in that split second, he made a decision. He ran straight at it. What happened next left a body on the cobblestones, a town in shock, and a courtroom faced with a disturbing question. Are you allowed to kill something that only exists because you believe in it? Tonight, we're going back to Black Lion Lane. We're going to walk that road in the dark, stand behind that bush with a shaking gun, and look through the eyes of a town that let a prank become a legend, and a legend become an excuse for murder. This is the bizarre case of the Hammersmith Ghost, and by the end of it, you might not be afraid of ghosts at all. You might be afraid of what happens when enough people decide they're real. Chapter 1. I never believed in ghosts. 2, 903,000 words. Point 1, your room, my street, 1001, 50 words. If you're listening to this, you're probably in some room right now. You might be in a small apartment kitchen, leaning your hip against a cheap laminate counterphone propped up against a mug. The fridge behind you is humming steadily, compressor ticking on and off, making that low, vibrating sound you stopped noticing years ago. There's a strip of weak light under the hallway door where someone forgot to switch off a lamp. Every now and then, you hear a neighbor's footsteps overhead, the muted thud of their shoes passing directly above your head, like something pacing in the ceiling. Or maybe you're in bed, flat on your back, one ear pressed into the pillow, the other ear exposed to the dark. The TV is on pause, frozen on a Netflix menu, washing the room in bluish light. The AC unit in the wall growls, then clicks off, and the second it does, the silence in your bedroom feels wrong, heavy. The digital alarm clock beside you glows 13 a.m., and suddenly you're aware of every tiny sound in your home, the faint tick of cooling pipes, the distant rush of traffic, the soft buzz of the phone charging on your nightstand. You might even be in your car, parked at the far end of some big American parking lot engine off just a dome light, and your phone screen lighting your face. Out beyond the windshield, sodium streetlights burn in a row, humming quietly. A strip mall stretches along one side, nail salon, dark laundromat, half-lit a 24-hour convenience store, still open its automatic doors, sighing every time someone walks in. The neon sign in the window, open all night, flickers every few seconds, buzzing louder right before it dims. When you pause this video, if you do, you'll hear things you didn't hear before you hit play. An elevator ding at the end of your hallway. A car door slamming 2 floors down. The scrape of a metal cart in the convenience store. The fridge in your kitchen will click, the AC fan will spool up or die down, and some tiny part of you will turn toward that sound and ask without words, "What was that?" That's really why you're here, isn't it? Not because you want a story about the past or about some small suburb on the outskirts of London you've never visited. You're here because you like that feeling, the almost pleasant discomfort of being just a little more aware of the dark around you. Let's make a deal then. For the next little while, you stay right where you are, on your bed, in your car, at your kitchen counter, and let me show you my street. Your world is drywall, HV, LEDs, and neon. Mine was brick oil lamps, horse hooves, and the kind of cold that makes the air feel like iron in your lungs. We don't share the same time or the same city, but I promise you this, the feeling of being watched in the dark, that hasn't changed at all. When I was alive, there was no neon buzzing over convenience stores, no elevator chimes, no refrigerator compressors humming into the small hours. Nights were quieter on the surface, but that only made the noises we did have worse. The town was called Hammersmith. Back then, it sat like a smudge of light pressed up against the edge of London, a place where the city's smoke thinned out, where the air smelled of wet earth and chimney soot instead of pure coal. In the day, it was loud cartwheels rattling over cobblestones, vendors shouting prices in the market, children chasing each other through muddy lanes, their shoes slapping through puddles. At dusk, the chimneys coughed out long gray trails that melted into the low clouds, and the streets changed. The front doors that had stood open all day began to shut. Oil lamps were lit in windows, one by one, turning row houses into a line of yellow eyes. Inns and taverns glowed warm at the corners, light spilling out from crooked windows, the sound of laughter and tin cups clanging, drifting into the chilly air. The roads themselves, though, turned into narrow rivers of shadow. No streetlights, no passing cars, just the occasional lantern held by a watchman, or a drunk staggering home late the flame behind the glass, bobbing like a will-o'-the-wisp. The wind blew off the Thames and pushed its fingers up our lanes, tugging at loose shutters, making old signboards creak on their hooks. If you stood in the middle of my street at night and listened, you could hear everything, every cough in a bedroom, every clink of plates being washed in a back kitchen, every dog shifting in its sleep behind a door. My name, when I had one that mattered, was Thomas Millwood. I was 22. If you shook my hand, you would have felt the calluses first. The skin across my palms and fingers was rough and split, always dusted with white. I was a bricklayer. I spent my days hauling stone and slapping mortar-building walls for men who'd never touched them with their own hands. We started work when the light was good enough to see our fingers in front of our faces, and stopped when it was too dark to do anything but get hurt. You would not have picked me out in a crowd except for one thing: my clothes. Bricklayers wore white, thick, pale work clothes that showed every smear of lime and dust. By the end of each day, I looked like I'd been dipped in chalk. I'd clap my hands together, and a cloud of it would puff into the air, settle into my hair, my eyebrows, the inside of my nose. I was always one careless pat on the shoulder, away from turning anyone else white too. My routine was simple, predictable. I woke to the gray light leaking around thin curtains, to the faint clatter of carts already beginning their rounds. I washed as best I could in cold water that stung my skin, pulled on those same white clothes, and joined the line of men moving through the street toward the day's worksite. All day I lifted stacked, measured, spread mortar and set brick on brick until my arms burned and my fingers ached. In the evenings, when the work was done and my muscles were quivering from the strain, I did what most of us did. I went to the pub. Not because I was a drunk, not because there was anything special waiting there for me, but because that was where warmth lived. That was where the day's weight ran off your back like rain. The inn near my street had low ceilings stained with old smoke floors, sticky in patches where ale had been spilled and never properly cleaned, and a fire that was always a little too smoky and a little too small for the size of the room. But it was bright. Voices rose and fell. Someone was always complaining louder than you, laughing harder than you, carrying a worse story than yours. I liked that. I liked things I could see and touch. A solid wall, a warm mug, a chair under me that didn't give way. I trusted the feel of weight in my hands more than I trusted people's tongues. Ghosts, spirits, monsters in the dark. Those were stories for people who didn't have enough real problems to worry about. When your workday is nothing but lifting until your back screams, you don't have much energy left at night for worrying about invisible things. So when the first whispers about a figure in the cemetery started curling around our tables, I laughed. When a chimney sweep swore he'd seen something sink into the earth, I rolled my eyes. When old women pulled their shawls tighter and muttered about restless spirits, I shook my head and thought, what you need is more daylight and less rum. Back then, if you'd asked me what I was afraid of, I would have said nothing. That was true, or I believed it. Disease, hunger, losing work. Those were risks, not phantoms. Bad men with real knives worried me more than any story about white shapes drifting between tombstones. If I heard a noise outside my window at night, I assumed it was a drunk or a dog or a loose shutter banging in the wind. If I saw something move in the corner of my eye, I blamed the candle guttering low, the way shadows jump when a flame is almost out. I thought fear was a problem you could solve by squaring your shoulders and refusing to flinch. I thought if you spoke loudly enough, mocked hard enough, you could push it back into the corner where it belonged. I used to think you could shout down fear with logic. I didn't understand yet that fear doesn't care whether it's right or wrong, whether the thing it's pointing at is real or imagined. Fear just wants your attention, your heartbeat, your decisions. The night I'm going to tell you about, the night my town decided that a man in white looked enough like a ghost to kill, that was the night fear finally shouted back. You're sitting there now with your humming fridge, your AC ticking off and on your hallway, motion light dying and relighting at the edge of your vision. I had none of that. I had the cold London wind sliding sharp down Black Lion Lane, the creak of old signboards above my head, the echo of my own footsteps on wet stone. But the way the dark felt, the way it pressed in around you, made your ears strain for sounds you didn't want to hear. That feeling is the same. So when I talk about the last night of my life, when I tell you how a prank became a legend, and a legend became the excuse a man needed to raise his gun at my face, I'm not asking you to believe in ghosts. I'm asking you to listen to what fear did to us when we decided a story was more important than what was actually in front of our eyes. And just so we're clear from the beginning, I'm not telling you this because I survived it. I'm telling you this because I didn't. 1.2, the night at the pub, 9:50, 50 words, January 3rd, 1804. Around 8 in the evening, if you'd been standing in my street, you'd have seen smoke pinned low over Hammersmith, like somebody pressing a hand down on the town. The wind off the river wasn't just cold that night, it was mean. It came in thin, knifing gusts that bent the chimney smoke sideways and drove it into people's faces, making eyes water and throats burn. Roof tiles rattled. Old signs above shop doors groaned on their hooks. I remember pulling my coat tighter as I walked, feeling the grit of dried mortar under my fingernails, my breath puffing out as little ghosts in the dark. Ahead of me, the pub windows glowed like two yellow eyes in the brick. There was a smear of condensation on the glass from all the bodies inside, lights wobbling behind it as people moved. The closer I got, the more I could hear low rumble of voices, a burst of laughter, someone dragging a chair across the floor. When I pushed the door open, the cold wind shoved in behind me, then got punched back by a wall of heat and smell. It hit me every time, the mix of things you'd never bottle but would miss if they were gone. Ale, smoke, stew, damp wool, wet leather. The steam of men who'd been working all day, their coats now hanging near the fire, dripping meltwater onto the floor. The room was crowded, thicker than usual. Candles burned low in metal sconces, throwing light that made every face look rougher, more lined. Someone had jammed a wedge of wood under the leg of our table to stop it wobbling, but it still rocked a little whenever someone leaned their elbows on it. My friends were already there. 4 of them hunched around the same scarred tabletop we always claimed. Their faces were flushed from beer, and Heat-Eye's bright hair damp from melted sleet. Tankards thudded and scraped. Hands gestured wildly. Their voices overlapped in that way that made it sound like an argument even when it wasn't. Thomas, one of them, called when he saw me raising his mug. "We were just saying you're late, the ghost must have got you." The table broke into laughter. I forced a smile, pushed through the tangle of bodies, and dropped onto the empty stool. The wood complained under my weight, and the wedge under the table leg shifted with a little crunch. "Been working," I said. "Some of us still do that in this town, you know." They barely heard me. Tankards clinked chairs, scraped a woman at the back, shouted at someone to mind their hands, and above it all, I could hear my friends rolling over each other's sentences like waves. They weren't talking about the cost of bread, or the foreman who'd shorted our pay last week, or the man who'd fallen from scaffolding 2 streets over and cracked his skull open on the cobbles. All the things that could genuinely kill you in a day were forgotten. They were talking about the ghost. Again. "I heard," said Reuben, leaning in ale, sloshing dangerously near the rim of his mug. "I heard it grabbed old Nicholas right by the throat, lifted him clean off his feet. Left finger marks on his neck, black as coal. Your herd is worth nothing," another friend shot back. My cousin's wife actually saw it. White as a sheet, long arms, no face at all. None. Just smooth. He flattened his palm and made a motion over his own features. Said it floated. Didn't walk, floated. A ripple of delighted horror went around the table. Someone from the next table twisted in his seat to listen. "That's not what I heard," a third man chimed in, not to be outdone. "The carriage driver down by the church. He said it had horns. Horns like the devil himself. Charged straight at him. He left 16 people in that coach and ran like a rabbit. They all burst into talk again, louder now, piling story on story. My uncle says, No, the gravedigger told me. I heard it disappeared into the ground, like the earth swallowed it. Every sentence started with the same 2 words I heard. I sat there, fingers wrapped around the cool metal of my tankard, and listened to grown men who had broken bones, buried children, lived through winters where you counted every piece of coal, all of them talking like frightened boys at a campfire. In a town where people slipped on ice and died under cartwheels, where a bad cough in January could become a funeral by February, the thing everyone chose to be terrified of was a story. I took a long drink, more to occupy my mouth than because I wanted the beer. It was bitter at the back of my tongue. The ring of stale ale around the rim of the mug left a sticky trace on my lip that I wiped away with the back of my hand. My fingers came away smelling like yeast and iron. "Thomas, you walk past the cemetery every week?" Reuben said, suddenly swinging his attention to me as if I'd been part of the conversation all along. "You tell us, you seen anything?" 4 faces turned toward me, ruddy and eager and a little drunk. "No," I said. "I see stones, a gate, fog. That's what cemeteries have. Not ghosts." A few of them laughed, but it was the kind of laugh people use when they don't really find something funny. They just don't want to argue with it. One of them, Jonah, shook his head. "That's because it doesn't show itself to everyone. Picks who it wants." "Convenient," I muttered. He frowned. "What was that?" "Nothing," I said, and took another drink. The noise in the room started to grate on me in a way it hadn't at the beginning of the night. I could hear everything, but not in a pleasant way. A man at the next table had a high, wheezing laugh that cut through the deeper voices like a knife. Every time he let it out, it scraped along my nerves. Somewhere above us, near the beams, a slow, steady drip from a leak in the ceiling was hitting the same spot on the floor with a wet tick. Tick, tick, finding its own rhythm underneath the talk and laughter. I looked down and noticed the table had a ring of beer around my mug, a perfect circle of sticky amber where someone had spilled and never wiped it up. Each time I put the tankard down, my hand stuck for a second, before peeling away with a faint schlup. My sleeve brushed the wet edge and picked up the cold damp. Across the room, the innkeeper dropped a tray. Tankards clattered together, one rolled in a circle on the floor. People shouted and jeered, and then that awful wheezing laugh shrieked out again, longer this time with a cough on the end. And they say Jonah continued, oblivious to the fact that the topic hadn't changed in what felt like hours. They say a woman died, you know. The pregnant one. She saw it, and it scared her to death. He slapped the table. "You can't laugh at that, Thomas." I wasn't laughing. I was thinking about how that same woman might have died from 100 other things, cold, hunger, bad luck, and we'd have all shrugged and said, "That's life." But because somebody said ghost before she stopped breathing, suddenly the whole town was ready to arm itself and hunt shadows. The more they talked, the more their words blurred into one long, breathless whine in my ears. Ghost. 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 My head started to ache. The air felt thicker, like there wasn't enough of it to go around. The fire that had seemed warm and welcoming when I first stepped in now blasted heat at my face, roasting one side of me, while my back still felt the chill from the door. The wedge under the table leg creaked every time someone leaned in the wood, complaining a low, furry sound that made my teeth want to grind. Somebody behind me slapped someone else on the back. A chair leg shrieked across the floorboards. That damned drip hit the same spot on the floor again. Tick. That stupid laugh cut through the room one more time. Something in me snapped. I didn't plan it. I didn't think I'm going to make a scene now. It just happened. 1 second I was staring at the ripples in my beer, watching the candlelight tremble in them, and the next my arm was moving. My hand tightened around the handle, and I brought the tankard down hard onto the table. The sound punched through every other noise. It wasn't just a tap. It was a crack of metal on wood that made the table jump and the wedge under the leg spit free. Everyone at our table jolted. Over at the bar, a man turned mid-sentence. The Weezer's laugh cut off halfway. Tankards froze halfway to mouths. Chairs stopped mid-scrape. For a heartbeat, the entire room held its breath. Heat flooded up my neck into my face, hot enough to make my ears burn. Dozens of eyes swung toward me in the candlelight. I saw the innkeeper's wife pause with a cloth in her hand, a smear of foam half wiped from the counter. I saw a card game in the corner halt with one man's hand still hovering over the deck. I felt like a boy again, caught breaking something in the church, everyone waiting to see how I would explain myself. Only this time, the thing I had broken was the spell the ghost had over the room, and I could see in their faces that they didn't appreciate it. Sorry, I muttered, though I didn't mean it. My hand slipped. Nobody believed that, but nobody challenged it either. The murmurs started up again, but softer, cautious, like the room was testing its own voice after a shock. I pushed my chair back. The legs squealed on the damp boards. "I'm going," I said to no one in particular, shrugging into my coat. "Too hot in here," Thomas Rubin said, half reaching toward me. "Come on, don't." Another time I cut in harder than I intended. I turned and made for the door, feeling the space between my shoulder blades itch with the sensation of being watched. Halfway there, someone called out from near the bar, trying for a joking tone and not quite getting there. "Be careful out there." A few men laughed, but the laughter had a brittle edge. It wasn't really a joke. Not to them. Every man in that room had at some point in the last few weeks walked home in the dark and wondered if something white would appear at the edge of his vision. I pulled the door open. The wind grabbed it and helped me, barging in past me with a burst of cold air that made the candles shudder. For a heartbeat, the room behind me flickered like a scene reflected in water. Then the door swung shut. The sound died. The sudden absence was almost a sound in itself. One moment I was buried in heat and voices and clinking metal. The next I was standing alone in the lane, and all of that might as well have been happening in another world. Out here, there was only the wind moaning down the street, the faint chink of a loose shutter somewhere, and far off a dog barking once, then going silent. My breath came out as white fog. The air tasted like coal smoke and frost. For the first time, walking away from that glowing doorway with my collar turned up and my fists in my pockets, I realized something that made my skin prickle under my clothes. I wanted something to jump out at me. Not because I craved danger, not because I believed in the ghost all of a sudden, but because I was so sick of the stories that I wanted proof one way or the other. I wanted someone in a sheet, some idiot in a costume, to step into my path, so I could grab him, drag him back into that pub, and shove him in front of every wide-eyed idiot in there and say, "Here, This is your monster. This is what you were all so afraid of. As I set off down the dark street alone, the wind pushing smoke down onto the rooftops. I had no idea that before the night was over, somebody else would get exactly what they were looking for, and they'd be aiming a gun at me when they did. 1.3, a town that locked its doors. 950 words. By the time I'd put 2 streets between myself and the pub, the heat had completely burned off me and the cold had settled in like a second skin. Hammersmith at night was never bright, but that evening it felt dimmer than usual, like someone had turned the world down a notch. The lanes were narrow here, the kind that made a cart driver curse if he met someone coming the other way. The cobbles under my boots were slick with a mix of melted sleet and old mud shining in places where the weak glow from curtained windows leaked out onto them. Most of the houses had their shutters closed tight. Not just drawn, not just pulled in against the cold, but barred. Wooden slats I used to see hanging half open on warmer evenings when people leaned out to talk to neighbors or watch the street were now held shut from the inside. Once you could walk this way and catch snippets of lives through the gaps in curtains, someone singing off-key as they scrubbed a pot, a child being scolded, a couple arguing low and fierce. Tonight, all I saw was the faint outline of light glowing around the edges of heavy fabric. The town had turned its face away from the street. Sound carried differently in that hush. Somewhere far off, a church bell tolled the hour, the note thin and tired in the cold air. From another direction, muffled by distance and tight corners, came the rattle of a cartwheel over stones, one quick burst of clatter, and then gone swallowed by the maze of alleyways. I passed a yard with a fence made of crooked boards, and a dog I couldn't see gave a low growl from the shadows, the kind that doesn't bother to bark because it already knows you're not coming in. Its chain clinked and then went quiet. There used to be men standing outside their doorways on nights like this, coats open, pipes in their mouths, talking about wages and weather and wives. They'd nod as you passed, or fold you into whatever complaint they were airing. Now the doorsteps were empty. The only smoke I saw came straight from chimneys dragged low by the wind until it flattened and smeared along the rooftops. Every so often, my boots would skid just enough on a patch of slick stone to make my stomach lurch, that quick flash of fear that I might go down hard, and each time I was more annoyed with that than with any imagined figure in the shadows. I turned down a narrower lane that would take me toward my parents' house, and as I came around the corner, I almost walked straight into them. 2 men filling up the lane like a wall. They were just shapes at first, a sudden bulk where there should have been empty dark. Then their lantern swung the light flaring up and catching me full in the face. For a heartbeat, all I could see was yellow glare, and the ghost of my own outline burned into my vision. It felt like someone had shoved a sun into my eyes. Instinctively, I threw a hand up. "Get back," one of them shouted. His voice cracked, high-edged with panic. I blinked hard, the flare of light resolving into 2 familiar enough figures, local men, not watchmen I knew by name, but the kind you see at market and nod to. Their eyes were wide and glassy in the lantern glow. One had a heavy club gripped in his right hand, knuckles white around the wood. The other had a pistol shoved clumsily into his belt, his hand already flying down to grab the grip as if his body had decided to shoot before his mind had even worked out who I was. For a second, my heart kicked in my chest, not because I thought they were ghosts, but because I suddenly understood just how close I'd come to having a gun pointed at me in a lane too narrow to dodge. I held my hands up, palms out. "Easy," I said. "It's me." They squinted, adjusting the lantern, the beam sliding down from my face to my white work clothes. I saw the moment recognition hit. The man with the club dropped his shoulders a fraction, not much, but enough that the threat in his posture faded. The one with the pistol let go of it and dragged his hand back up, looking faintly ashamed of how quick he'd reached for it. Thomas, the club bearer, muttered, "Damn it, man, you gave us a fright." "I gave you a fright," I said. I could feel my heartbeat still ticking hard in my throat. "You nearly took my head off with that thing." "You shouldn't be out alone," the pistol man said. He glanced past me as if expecting something pale and long-armed to step out from behind my back at any moment. Not tonight. Not these nights. Internally, I rolled my eyes. Out loud, I only said, "I'm visiting my parents, not wrestling with the devil. You two are the ones jumping at everything that moves." They didn't appreciate the joke. The lantern's sway made their shadows bend and stretch along the walls, huge versions of themselves, towering over us, two armed giants guarding a narrow slice of street. They weren't stupid men. They were working men like me with families and bad joints and long days behind them. But looking at their faces in that unsteady light, I could see what the last weeks had done, laid a film of fear over everything. Every thought they had passed through it first. Every sound had to be sorted harmless or ghost. "We mean it," the club bearer said. "Go straight there and straight back. No dawdling. Don't stop by the cemetery." "I'll try not to trip and fall into a tomb," I said lightly. Inside, I could feel irritation winding tighter, a hard knot just under my breastbone. I wanted to tell them they looked ridiculous, skulking through lanes, like they were on a battlefield, weapons shaking in their hands, because of something none of them had actually seen. I wanted to tell them that the only thing those guns and clubs were likely to hurt was another frightened human being. But I didn't. I just let the words sit in my throat and go sour. They moved past me, finally, boots thudding on the wet stones, the lantern lurching from side to side with their haste. For a brief, strange moment as they squeezed by, I was close enough to smell them damp wool, stale sweat, the sour tang of fierce sweat that's different from the smell of a man who's just worked hard. Then they were behind me, then beside me, then ahead. I turned to watch them go. The lantern light swung away, casting weird shapes on the walls, then shrinking, until it was just a bobbing point at the far end of the lane. Then it turned a corner and disappeared, taking its circle of safety with it. The dark rushed back in. Without that little island of light, the lane seemed narrower. The wind found its way down between the houses and hit me full on, stealing my breath for a second. I could hear the faint echo of their boots for a few more steps. Then even that faded, leaving me with only the soft scrape of my own feet and the distant sounds of a town that wanted very badly to pretend it was asleep. My parents' house was only a short walk from there, but it felt longer than it had any right to. Each house I passed seemed to be holding in its breath. Curtains didn't twitch. No one's silhouette crossed behind a window. There was a weight to the silence that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. When I reached their door, I didn't even bother trying the handle at first. Habit made me knock. 3 quick raps, knuckles against wood. The sound shot down the hallway inside and came back to me muted and strange. I waited. Normally, if it was late and cold, and my mother or father was near the fire, I'd hear a "come in" shouted from inside, and the door would be unlatched with a clumsy clatter of chain and bolt. That night, there was a pause, a longer one than I expected. Then, through the wood, my sister's voice muffled tight. "Who's there?" Something about the way she said it. The edge to it made me frown. "It's me," I called back. "Thomas." Another pause. I heard the faint scrape of her feet on the floor. "Step back," she said, "so I can see you." I almost laughed. "And for just do it," she snapped. I sighed, but I did as she asked. I took 2 steps back from the door into the center of the little stoop, and tilted my face up toward the small, round peephole they'd had cut months ago when petty thieves had been working the neighborhood. A moment later, I saw the glint of her eye behind the glass framed in shadow. There was the rattle of metal as she worked the bolt free, the clack of the latch, and then the door opened just wide enough to admit me before her hand shot out, gripped my coat sleeve, and yanked me inside. The warmth hit me first, the soft, lived-in heat of a fire that had been burning all evening. Then the smell: ashes, boiled vegetables, a hint of soap, the faint metallic tang of the iron kettle hanging over the coals. Behind all of that was the quieter scent of old wood and old fabric, the smell of a house that's held the same people and the same air for years. Anne slammed the door shut. I heard the bolt shoot back into place with a solid thunk. She set the chain with quick, practiced hands. "Locking up Fort Hammersmith, are we?" I said, forcing a smile as I shrugged out of my coat. "Expecting an army." She didn't smile back. Her face looked paler than usual in the firelight, the freckles across her nose standing out sharp. She brushed a stray hair out of her eyes with a hand that trembled just enough for me to notice. "Did you see it?" she asked. No greeting. No "how are you?" No "you're late." Just that one question, like she'd been holding it in her mouth, waiting to spit it out the second I crossed the threshold. In 6 words, she'd summed up the whole town. I rolled my eyes and made my way toward the hearth, rubbing my hands together to bring the feeling back into them. If by it you mean a couple of idiots with a lantern and no sense, then yes. I nearly got my head taken off by overgrown boys playing night watch. She followed me, lips pressed tight, not amused. You know what I mean. The famous ghost. I let myself drop into the chair by the fire. The heat from the coals seeped into my shins and then up through my legs, chasing the cold out in slow bands. No, Anne. I did not see your ghost. I saw shuttered windows and drunk men with weapons. The usual. She moved around the small room, almost on autopilot, taking a cup from the shelf, ladling some weak tea from a pot that had clearly been sitting too long. When she handed it to me, the liquid sloshed against the side, tiny ripples breaking the surface. Her fingers brushed mine, and that was when I felt it properly, the fine tremor in her hands, the tension in her grip. I took the cup, blew on it, watched the steam rise in thin, ghostly threads. "You lot are going to freeze yourselves to death, hiding in your houses, and lock your own families out," I muttered. She sat down opposite me, near enough that the firelight flickered on her face. Her eyes kept flicking to the window, to the door, as if she were expecting someone or something to knock. For a while, neither of us spoke. The house was quiet in that way you only notice when you stop talking. The clock on the mantel ticked steadily, each click a tiny hammer in the silence. The fire popped now and then as a log shifted, sending a small shower of sparks up the chimney. Outside, the wind scraped bare branches along the side of the house, a dry, scratching sound that made the pane rattle in its frame. I sat there, cup warming my hands, listening to the building around us make its small, ordinary noises, and for just a moment, I could almost see it the way Anne did. As if every creak was a footstep, every rattle a hand on the glass, every sigh of the wind a breath right outside the door. For a moment, listening to the house creak, I could almost believe there was something out there, but I shook it off. I wasn't afraid of the dark, just of what fear makes people do. Chapter 2. The Ghost That Grew in Our Heads, 900-300 Words 2. 1. How it all started, 150 words. If I'm going to explain how I died, I have to start with how we made a ghost out of nothing, because that's what we did, you know. We didn't find something old and evil hiding in the dark. We built it one nervous glance and one whispered story, at a time like a wall of bricks with no mortar, all wobble and no sense. Back then, months before the night on Black Lion Lane, the graveyard at Hammersmith was just another place. It was the churchyard you cut across. If you were running late, the shortcut kids took, when they dared each other to be brave, the patch of land everyone pretended not to look at too closely when they walked by. Old churches have that about them. They're the center of town, and also the one place no one really wants to linger after dusk. If you'd stood at the gate, you'd have seen it the way I did 100 times. The iron bars were tall and narrow, painted black once, but most of the paint had peeled away, leaving bare metal blooming with rust, where the weather had chewed at it for years. The latch squealed when you lifted it, and the gate always seemed to resist being opened, like it had rather stay shut. Inside, crooked headstones leaned at odd angles, some so old their writing had been eaten away by rain and wind until they were just blank slabs jutting from the ground. Others were newer names, still sharp dates, still painful to the families who walked there on Sundays. On damp mornings, mist collected between the graves and pooled in the lower dips of earth, so you'd see the tops of stones and the trunks of yew trees rising out of a low white sea. At night, that mist turned the whole place into something else. Every shadow in it seemed deeper, every breath of wind across it felt colder. If you listened, there was always some small sound gravel crunching under your boots, the faint hiss of wind threading through the church tower slits, rattling the old wooden shutters high above. Sometimes the weather vane creaked as it turned. Sometimes a crow complained from a branch and made you jump because the sound came out of nowhere and from everywhere at once. That was the stage. It didn't take much to turn it into a theater. The first sighting, that one should have been the end of it. It was the butcher's son. I didn't see him myself that night, but I heard about it the next day before I'd even finished my first mug at the pub. According to the story, a man walking past the cemetery had spotted a tall, pale figure gliding between the stones. It was late fog, thick, and the figure was dressed wrong, white cloth, soft and flowing, nothing like the heavy coats and wool caps a sane person wore there in winter. The man panicked, of course. Said his blood turned to ice. Said he froze and watched as the figure drifted near the church, paused as if listening, then turned its blank face in his direction. He ran. That part I believe. We all would have run if we'd seen something like that and didn't stop to think. By evening, the tail had grown by 3 inches and 2 extra details. Someone swore the figure had glowing eyes. Another insisted it left no footprints in the frosted grass. In the cramped, smoky air of the pub, lit by wavering candlelight and warmed by too much ale, the story sounded almost reasonable. People leaned in, eyes wide, lips parted, wanting to be there without having actually been there. It didn't last. Turned out the figure was the butcher's son, just as ordinary and stupid as you'd expect. He'd put on women's clothes, a long white dress, some kind of shawl, and crept through the cemetery to scare his friends who were supposed to be watching from the road. They got cold feet and left early. The only one he managed to terrify was the stranger who saw him first. They caught him, of course. A night watchman, suspicious after all the talk, spotted him ducking behind a mausoleum to change, and the game was up. The boy was dragged home in disgrace, the borrowed dress thrown back at the owner, his father forced to apologize to half the street. Just a prank, the watchman said the next day. That's all. For me, that should have been proof enough that Hammersmith was losing its mind. I used that story like a hammer whenever someone tried to tell me about the newest sighting. Remember the butcher's son, I'd say. Remember how your ghost dropped his skirt and ran home to his father. It felt like the perfect example of what fear does: takes something foolish and dresses it up as supernatural. But the thing about people is, They're not good at letting go of the version that scared them. After a week or so, you stopped hearing the butcher's boy and started hearing the figure again. The way people told it, they'd separate the prank from the legend in their heads, like two different things had happened. Yes, that one time it was the sun fine that was a joke. But this other time, this other sighting, that was something else. In the pub, the details of the figure began to shift, as if nobody could bear the idea that they'd all gotten worked up over a kid in a dress. Eyes that weren't mentioned in the first telling now glowed in the dark. Feet that had clearly been on the ground were now hovering. The butcher's son shrank, became an embarrassing footnote. The figure swelled, took up space, got heavier each time someone repeated the story. And then we got the second sighting. It was late again, near the cemetery, as if the churchyard was the only stage this ghost liked to use. A chimney sweep, we all knew, burst into the pub one night. Hair-wild face white under the soot that normally painted him black. He slammed his mug down on the table hard enough to make the ale jump and slosh over the side. "Listen," he kept saying. "Listen to me." The room quieted the way it always does when someone arrives looking like they've just outrun something. He stood there for a second, chest-heaving eyes scanning our faces like he wanted to see disbelief so he could fight with it. "I saw it," he said. His voice shook a little on the first word, then steadied. "I was cutting past the church over by the north wall. Fog was thick, you know how it settles in there. I heard footsteps, not behind me, ahead." He swallowed, fingers tightening around the mug. Soft, like bare feet on the path, but wrong. Off. I stopped. They kept coming. And then he trailed off, eyes unfocusing a little, as if replaying it in his head. The whole room leaned in. I remember that moment with painful clarity because I was there. I heard the way the air changed around his words, the wheeze of the fire, the slow shift of men on benches turning their shoulders toward him. And then someone prompted. And then they just stopped, he whispered. Not like they faded. Not like someone turned away. It was like he lifted one hand, fingers spread, then snapped them together in a sudden fist. Gone. Nothing. I waited to hear them again. I should have heard them again. Gravel moves when you turn, when you step. But there was nothing. He took a shaky breath. The mug in his grip had left a wet ring on the table. So I stepped closer, he went on. Just enough that I could see between the gravestones where the mist hadn't settled as thick. And I saw it. Standing there. Still as a post. White. No face, not that I could see. Just a shape. And before I could shout or move it, he made a short, chopping gesture toward the floor. It sank, he said. Sank into the ground. Like the earth opened and swallowed it. Someone at the next table scoffed under their breath. A few men murmured, but no one laughed out loud. For my part, I didn't believe him. Not really. Men who spend their days climbing through soot-black chimneys half-choked with dust, alone in narrow shafts, where getting stuck means dying, are more likely than most to see things in corners that aren't there. I'd always thought chimney sweeps lived too close to suffocation to have clear heads at night. But I couldn't ignore the way he told it. His voice shook at the start, yes, but it settled into something else, into the flat, stubborn tone of a man who knows what he saw and doesn't care if you think he's a fool for saying it. His knuckles were white around his mug. I could see the tendons standing out under the grime on his hands. As he talked, a drip from the ceiling behind the bar kept time with his words. That same slow tap I'd noticed before, water finding the same spot of warped wood over and over. I heard it more clearly than I should have. Tick, tick, tick. Each one landing in the tiny silence between his sentences. He described the footsteps again when someone pressed him the way they sounded on the path, soft, muffled thuds like someone walking on a layer of cloth instead of bare ground. "You know how stones crunch," he said. "You know that sound. This wasn't that. This was dull, like something heavy but not touching right. And then nothing. Just the wind." Even as I sat there, arms crossed, preparing to roll my eyes, a part of my mind betrayed me. It pictured the churchyard in the fog. It pictured a figure stepping soundlessly into the earth, leaving no mud, no broken turf, no physical mark at all. For the first time, I had a thought I didn't like admitting, not even to myself. What if just once the ground could open and close again without a sound? I pushed it away, of course. Stamped on it. Told myself it was just my imagination trying to decorate a dull story. The sweep was frightened, the room was primed. The mist made fools of eyes. That was all. But the truth is that tiny wondering didn't go away after I finished my drink. It followed me out into the night, sat with me as I lay in bed, and I found myself listening a little too closely to the quiet outside my window, half expecting to hear footsteps on the street. Just stop. 2.2. When stories start to hurt people. 901,050 words. The stories might have stayed harmless if they'd stayed in people's mouths, but they didn't. Once you give fear a shape, it starts reaching for your throat. The first time I heard about someone being attacked, it was 2 nights after the chimney sweep's tale. Same cemetery, same patch of road, different victim. I wasn't there, but I can see it as clearly as if I'd walked beside him. That's the curse of a good imagination. Once people hand you a few bare facts, your mind paints the rest in. It was later than any decent man wanted to be walking alone by the churchyard. The moon was thin that night, a sliver behind torn clouds. The iron gate would have been a darker shape against the sky teeth, closed the path beyond it, just a smear of lighter gray where the gravel lay. The man, some said he was a shopkeeper. Others swore he worked in the tannery kept to the middle of the road. Shoulders hunched, collar up, boots skidding a little on the slick cobbles. He'd have heard the usual things at first. The wind pushing through the yew trees, making their branches whisper together above the gravestones. The faint clack of a loose signboard somewhere behind him. The hollow ring of his own steps, clack, clack, clack. Then another sound too close to be ignored, a scuff that wasn't his. Before he had time to turn, he felt hands close around his throat from behind. Fingers real and solid clamping down on the front of his neck, thumbs digging into the soft hollows just under his jaw. The kind of grip that shuts sound off first and air second. He tried to shout, but it came out a strangled croak. His boots scraped on the stone as he was yanked backward a half step. The world narrowed to pressure and panic. He clawed at those hands' nails, ripping at cloth, at skin, at nothing that made sense. His breath came in ragged gasps, each one thinner than the last, while his heart hammered against his ribs like it was trying to escape. The road tilted under him. The iron bars of the cemetery gate wavered at the edge of his vision. Somewhere a dog barked once, and then went quiet again, uninterested in whatever was choking a man on the lane. Maybe his attacker's grip slipped in the struggle. Maybe the man's heel found the other's shin hard enough to shock him. However it happened, the fingers loosened. The victim twisted himself sideways and tore free, stumbling forward on shaking legs. He didn't look back at first, just ran, boots slamming against stone, air burning in his throat. When he finally did glance over his shoulder, he saw it. Not a man with a red, gasping face and angry eyes. Not some familiar neighbor with his fists raised. He saw what his fear had already outlined for him, a white, shapeless figure in the near dark, pale cloth, rippling slightly in the wind. No features he could make out, no kindness he could imagine. He swore later that it didn't chase him. It just stood there and watched him run. Word of that spread faster than the truth about the butcher's son ever had. Within a day, every mouth in Hammersmith knew about the phantom hands at the throat, the silent watcher by the gate. In the telling, the fingers got colder, the grip stronger, the figure taller. Men in the pub tugged at their own collars as they talked about it, as if they could still feel the ghost's thumbs pressing into their necks. Then came the carriage driver. He was taking his passengers past the cemetery in the dead of night, wheels jolting on the ruts, horse's breath steaming in the air. Something about the rigging didn't feel right. Maybe he heard a harness ring squeak. Maybe he just wanted to stretch his legs. Either way, he pulled up, called to the team to hold, and climbed down from his perch. He told it later, this way he'd just stepped away from the carriage to check a strap when he felt the hair on the back of his neck rise. You know that feeling. The sense that someone is behind you in a hall or watching you from a dark room even when you haven't heard a sound. He turned toward the cemetery. There in the vague, fog-dimmed light was something with horns. Not little ones, not some prankster's cap, with a pair of twisted bits of leather sewn on. He described them as long, curved things, like a bull's rising from either side of a featureless white head. The figure itself was tall, covered in white cloth that hung in folds down to the ground. It moved in a way he didn't like, too smooth, too quick. One moment it was there, he said, staring past us as he told the story, and the next, it was right in front of me. He ran. He didn't shout to his passengers. He didn't climb back up to the driver's seat. He didn't try to whip the horses into a gallop. He simply turned and sprinted down the road, away from the coach, away from his livelihood, away from the 16 souls still sitting in the carriage watching him go. When he came to his senses and returned hours later with help, the horses were still there. The passengers, shaken and angry, were still there. The horned figure, of course, was not. You can imagine the delight this caused in the pub. A ghost that chokes a ghost, that watches now a ghost that charges with devil's horns. Half of me wanted to laugh in their faces. The other half wanted to slap sense into them. Every time someone recounted one of these encounters, the details shifted. The hands at the throat were ice cold in one version, burning hot in another. The horned creature had hooves according to one man, bare feet according to another, and left no marks at all according to a third. In one telling, the coach horses reared and screamed. In another, they stood perfectly calm, too terrified to move. I pointed this out once. You can't all be right, I said. Either it floats or it tramples. Either it vanishes or it runs. Pick one. They didn't care. That was the part that fascinated and infuriated me in equal measure. These were men who would argue for 20 minutes over the price of a loaf, who would demand 3 separate witnesses if someone claimed a foreman had cheated them, but give them a story about a shapeless white figure, and suddenly proof didn't matter. They weren't interested in consistency. They were interested in the feeling. Fear is a kind of drink, and the town had decided to drink deep. And then we ran out of room to pretend it was all fun. She was young, the woman everyone now uses as a sentence. You remember they say the pregnant one. Her name gets lost in the retelling. She was someone's wife, someone's daughter. She lived a street or two over from the church, the kind of place where people took the shortest path home because their feet ached and their bellies rumbled. It was around 10 at night when she set out, they said. Not the middle of nowhere, people were still awake, fires still burning behind curtains, but late enough that the lanes had thinned of noise. She took the route by the cemetery because she always took that route. Habit is stubborn like that. I see her in my mind, the way the older women described her afterward, shawl pulled tight around her shoulders, one hand at the small of her back as she walked, the weight of the child she carried, making her steps careful on the uneven stones. Her breath puffed in the air. The iron gate of the churchyard loomed ahead, its bars blacker than the sky. Mist clung low to the graveyard beyond, turning everything beyond the boundary into vague shapes. As she drew level with the gate, the air changed. People say that sometimes, but this time I believe it. They said she told them it felt thinner, like she'd walked into a place where the world was stretched too far. The wind that had been gusting in slow, predictable waves suddenly dropped away, leaving a silence that rang in her ears. Then something in the white mist rose. She saw it. A shape pulling itself up from the ground as if pushed from below. A figure in a white robe that fell in heavy folds to the earth. On its head, not horns this time, but a long pointed hat, pale against the dark. It shouldn't have been visible as clearly as she later described it. The fog, the lack of light, but terror sharpens vision in strange ways. Her heart hammered so hard, she felt it in her throat. The cold hit her spine first, not from the night air, but from inside, like someone had poured ice water down her bones. The road under her feet seemed to tilt. Her hand flew to her mouth. She said the figure turned its face, or what should have been a face, toward her. That was as far as she got. She fainted. Neighbors found her later crumpled near the fence line, shawl half off one hand, still curled protectively over her stomach. They didn't hear the ghost if it had ever been there. What they heard was each other. The panicked voices calling her name. A man shouting for someone to bring water, bring cloths, bring anything. A door slamming open as someone ran to fetch help. Chairs scraped back across floors as people rushed outside in their indoor clothes. The rustle of skirts, the slap of bare feet, the clatter of a dropped ladle on stone when someone lost their grip in the hurry. They carried her into someone's front room, laid her on a narrow bed, lit every candle they had. The air was full of too many people breathing too fast, the crackle of the fire, the soft, constant whisper of fabric as people wrung their hands or clutched at each other. She came back to herself for a moment, just long enough to choke out what she'd seen, white robe, pointed hat rising from the ground. Her voice, they said, was hoarse and thin, but the words were clear enough to fix themselves in everyone's mind. Then she was gone. No blood, no marks, no knife. Just a young woman whose heart and breath had decided they'd had enough. The ghost didn't have to touch her to kill her. It only had to let her see it. When I heard about her, I was sitting at my own small kitchen table, my wife and mother-in-law opposite me. The room was close and dim, smelled of boiled potatoes and smoke. My wife's hands were clasped together so tightly, her knuckles were white, her eyes shiny with unshed tears, as she repeated what she'd heard from a neighbor. My mother-in-law crossed herself twice, then twice more, muttering under her breath. She was with child, she said. Think of that. Think of the cruelty. Cruelty. That was the word that stuck in my head. Not the cruelty of whatever pale shape she claimed to see, but the cruelty of a town that had been feeding itself on fright for weeks, piling fear upon fear, until a woman collapsing in the street was an inevitable conclusion. For the first time, the stories felt like something heavy in my chest, not just an irritation in my ears. This wasn't just men scaring themselves silly at the pub anymore. It wasn't just boys in dresses playing games in the fog. This was death, real and final, with a body in a bed and people crowded around it trying to understand why. I told myself she might have died anyway, that her heart or her lungs or the strain of carrying a child had simply reached their limit. It happens. It has always happened. But as I lay in my own bed that night, my wife's back warm against mine, my mother-in-law snoring softly in the next room, I couldn't quite swallow that argument. The house settled around us, wood ticking as it cooled. Outside the street was quiet, no wind for once, no carts. I should have slept like I usually did, heavy all at once, as if someone had dropped a stone into a well. Instead, I lay there with my eyes open in the dark, listening too hard. Every small sound pricked at me. A faint creak in the floorboards, I told myself it was the house adjusting. The whisper of cloth as my wife shifted, I told myself it was just her rolling over. Somewhere outside, a very distant footstep maybe, or the clack of a loose shutter. Each time my heart gave a little jump before my reason dragged it back down. I told myself I was just angry, just keyed up from the stupidity of it all. That I wasn't lying awake because of some pale figure in my head. But if I'm honest with you, and I might as well be now, I didn't sleep well that night. And more than once, before the sky started to lighten, I found myself holding my breath, waiting to hear footsteps on the street. Just stop. 2.3. The reward and the hunt, 901 words. Fear is lazy until you pay it. Then it gets up and goes to work. After the pregnant woman died, the talk in Hammersmith shifted. It stopped being, "Did you hear?" and became, "What are we going to do?" Those are dangerous words in a town that doesn't have many good answers at the best of times. It didn't take long for someone with more money than sense to nail a notice up near the church and in the marketplace. I saw it myself, a rough sheet ink, still a little wet in places, corners flapping in the wind. The words were simple enough. A reward, real coin, not just glory for anyone who could capture or kill the thing people were now calling with capital letters in their voices, the Hammersmith ghost. That was all it took. Men who'd been content to sit in the pub telling stories suddenly had a reason to step into the dark. The night watch, already stretched thin, doubled their rounds. You saw them more often, 2 or 3 together, lanterns swinging truncheons at their belts. But it wasn't just the official watch anymore. Ordinary men decided they were watchmen too. On some nights, if you stood at the corner where 3 lanes met and waited, you could count them. Little clumps of self-appointed hunters moving through the streets, boots heavy on the stones, lanterns jerking back and forth so wildly. The light smeared across walls and flashed in windows, making people's curtains blink with sudden brightness. The metal of guns in our little place clinked as they walked, the butts knocking against belt buckles or the sides of scabbards. I heard them giving each other orders in whispers that weren't as quiet as they thought. "You two take Black Lion Lane. We'll sweep by the churchyard. If you see anything white, don't wait." Shout. Carts were pulled aside, not to make way for horses this time, but for men with lanterns and weapons. Hawkers and drivers pressed themselves against walls to let the hunters pass. Voices dropped low as soon as their backs were turned. There was a strange mix of emotions in the air when they went by: admiration, fear, and something like excitement, all tangled together. At home, that excitement didn't exist. Our little house, which had always been noisy in its own way, pots clattering, my mother-in-law's opinions bouncing off the walls, my wife humming tunelessly as she worked, had grown quieter. Not because anyone told us to be quiet, but because the whole town seemed to be holding its breath, and we weren't immune to that. "Don't stay out late," my wife said one evening as I pulled on my coat. She was standing by the small table, hands resting on its edge, eyes fixed on the floorboards, as if something important had been written there. Her face was drawn tight, making her seem older than she was. My mother-in-law sat in the corner chair, knitting in her lap, a ball of yarn rolling lazily with each movement of her needles, but her eyes were on me too. "I finished work," I said. "I'm just going to the pub, same as always." "Then don't stay," my mother-in-law cut in. "It's not the same as always. They're out there now with guns. You heard about the shots last night?" I had. Two bangs in the distance close enough together to make every head in every house lift from their supper. We'd all frozen listening for a scream that didn't come. Later, it turned out a man had fired at a white sheet blowing on a clothesline. No one died this time. I said. They missed. That's not the point, my wife snapped, and I heard something brittle in her voice that I didn't like. They're jumpy. All of them. One of them thinks you're something you're not. She trailed off, eyes flicking to my white work clothes draped over the back of a chair. Just don't stay late. I made a joke of it. I made jokes out of most of it back then. What, you think they're going to mistake your handsome husband for a ghost? I spread my arms, mock posing. I'm too tired and too dirty to haunt anybody. Neither of them laughed. That more than anything sank a little weight in my chest. I'd grown up in rooms where humor was the only cheap medicine we had. When even that stopped working, you knew the sickness had spread further than you wanted to admit. It was around that time I started hearing the name Francis Smith more often. I knew him mostly by sight. He was the tax collector, a man whose work kept him indoors, hunched over ledgers, not out in the cold carrying stones. I'd see him sometimes in the town square, talking quietly with merchants, his fingers stained. I don't know how many shades of ink from tallying and recording. His clothes were always neat, not fine enough to be rich, not ragged enough to be poor, just tidy. Whatever else you could say about him, he looked like the sort of man more suited to counting coins than hunting specters. So when people started saying Francis is going out with a gun tonight, I almost choked on my drink. Francis, who I asked the first time. The tax man came the answer. Smith. He's had enough. Says if nobody else will put a stop to this, he will. Got himself a musket and everything. I pictured him as I'd last seen him bent over a book, lips moving silently, as he added up a column candlelight, turning the ink on his fingers shiny. Then tried to imagine those same hands gripping a weapon in the dark knuckles, white eyes straining for shapes that might not be there. The image didn't fit. It was like imagining the church bell deciding it was a cartwheel. It would have been funny if the context had been anything else. A tax collector playing soldier stalking the lanes like one of the hunters in the stories mothers tell children to keep them in bed. But there was nothing funny about the way the town sounded at night now. The quiet was gone. It had been replaced with layers of noise that were all wrong. Instead of the occasional call of a late worker, you heard the sharp report of gunshots in the distance, stripped of any echo of battle or purpose, just abrupt bangs that left a ringing absence behind them. False alarms, people said, as if it was reassuring that men were firing at shadows and bed linens. Dogs barked more than they used to. Short, frantic bursts when a group of armed men passed by, their lanterns flashing over garden walls. You could hear whispers behind curtains, the rustle of fabric as people pulled them back a fraction to peek out the low hiss of voices trying to stay quiet as they said, "There they go," or "Did you see who's with them?" Sometimes lying in bed, I'd hear the clatter of boots in the lane outside. And imagine I could tell the difference between the official watch measured steady and the civilian hunters, too fast, too loud, too eager. One evening, I left work late and found myself taking the long way home without having made the decision in any conscious way. The short route cut past the cemetery, close enough that you could see between the iron bars, see the pale humps of snow or mist between the stones. I'd never minded it before. As a boy, I'd cut through that yard without a second thought, vaulting low walls, daring myself to run a hand along the cold top of a grave marker. Now I hesitated at the corner where the road split. The path toward the church was shorter. My feet knew it. They almost turned on their own. But my chest tightened at the thought of walking alongside that wall, of hearing my own footsteps change on the gravel near the gate. of catching any movement at all in the corner of my eye. I forced myself to take the shorter way. Pride, more than anything, pushed me. I couldn't very well mock grown men in the pub for their ghost tales if I was too scared to walk past a bit of stone and iron, so I went. The cemetery looked exactly as it always had. The crooked headstones were the same silhouettes against the sky. The big yew tree near the center hunched over like an old man protecting something. The iron gate stood half-latched, the metal chilled enough that even imagining touching it made my fingers ache. The wind moved through the place in short sighs, ruffling what grass there was, and setting the mist to swirling in low, sluggish eddies. I listened. All I heard was the wind and the faint rattle of the gate as it tapped lightly in its latch. There was nothing else. No footsteps, no whispering voices, no pale forms rising from the earth. Just a patch of ground full of bones and stone and stories. I was almost past when I heard it. A knock. Soft, so soft I almost missed it. It wasn't loud, not like someone pounding on a door. It was a small, hollow sound from somewhere inside the yard, like knuckles on wood or stone settling under its own weight. One tap, then nothing. The kind of sound that could be anything. A bit of loose masonry dropping a branch, shifting and bumping against a monument, a bird dislodging something as it took off. But my heart lurched in my chest, as if I'd heard a gun go off right next to my ear. I stopped my feet out of sheer surprise, cursed myself for stopping, then forced them to move again. Loose stone, I said under my breath, as if naming it would pin it to something ordinary. Just a loose stone. I didn't look between the bars. I didn't pause to examine which monument might have cracked or shifted. I just walked faster until the church wall was behind me, and the road opened up toward the more familiar clutter of houses. You'd think that would have been the moment when I admitted, even privately, that the stories were getting to me, that I was starting to believe in some small way, that I thought there might be something beyond bad jokes and frightened eyes. But that isn't quite true. I still didn't believe in the Hammersmith ghost. Not then. What I believed in, what I could feel in the quickened thump of my pulse, the stiffness in my shoulders, the way my feet started choosing different routes home, was how far ordinary people would go once they'd decided a ghost existed. So when I tell you that in the weeks before I died, I started avoiding walking directly along the cemetery wall, you'll understand this. I didn't cross the street because I thought something pale and impossible was going to reach through the bars and grab me. I crossed the street because I hated the way my heart sped up when I didn't. Chapter 3. A Skeptic in a Haunted Town, 903, 100 words, 3.1. Home is where the fear is. Here's the answer to learns. 1050 words, 3.1. Home is where the fear is. If the streets were where the ghost was supposed to walk, my house was where it really lived. Not as a shape in the corner or a whisper at the window, but as a topic. A constant circling topic like a fly you could never quite swat. Our place was small. Narrow stairs up to the sleeping room, low ceiling downstairs that my taller friends had to duck under when they visited. The walls held on to smells for days, cooking fat from the pan, damp wool steaming by the hearth soap that never quite managed to erase the scent of smoke. Clothes hung on a line strung near the fire in winter, dripping melted sleet onto the floor, hissing when a drop hit too close to the coals. The sounds were familiar too, the kind you stop hearing until something changes. Fire crackling, occasionally spitting when a pocket of sap burst. The faint murmur of the neighbors through thin walls, their arguments muffled, but still understandable if you bothered to listen. The wind finding every tiny gap around the door, pushing under it in low sighs that made the candle flames lean and the bottom of the door blacken over time. It should have been a comforting place. Cramped, yes, but ours. My wife worked late. Always had. She did needlework and mending for a woman a few streets over, and light and time ran her hours, not the clock tower. When the winter days grew short and the night settled hard by late afternoon, she had to choose quit early and lose pay, or finish in the dark and walk home through streets that felt emptier every week. Before the ghost talk, it hadn't been an issue. I'd meet her when I could, if the day's work hadn't ground my bones to dust. But if I couldn't, she walked alone, shawl-wrapped, tight steps, quick, but not panicked. She was not a woman easily frightened. That changed. We were sitting at the table one evening, a cheap candle stub burning between us, the melted wax running down one side like a pale spine. My mother-in-law was near the hearth, darning a sock with quick, precise jabs of her needle. The smell of cooking fat still lingered, clinging to the air after a thin meal. Outside, the wind pressed at the shutters, making them rattle. "I want you to come every time now," my wife said. She didn't look at me when she said it. Her fingers were knotted together on the table, thumbs worrying at each other. Her eyes were fixed on a crack in the wood grain, as if she could pry it open with sheer staring. "I do come," I said, "when I can. That's not what I mean." She swallowed, the movement of her throat visible in the unsteady candlelight. "I mean every night, no matter what. I don't want to walk alone anymore." My mother-in-law snorted softly, not looking up from her darning. "Can you blame her with that thing out there?" "There is no thing out there," I snapped before I could stop myself. They both flinched a little at my tone. The candle flickered as if the sound had physical weight. My wife finally lifted her eyes to my face. There was something there I wasn't used to seeing, something raw. "Tell that to the woman who died," she said. "Tell that to the man who was choked. Tell that to the driver who saw horns." "I would if they were here," I said. "And I'd tell them they were scared and tired, and their eyes played tricks on them. Or that someone cruel in a sheet has been having too much fun." My mother-in-law clicked her tongue. "You talk like fear's a choice," she said. "You think if you stand up straight and laugh loud enough, death won't see you. I think death comes without asking what stories we're telling ourselves," I shot back. "People died before anyone said ghost. They'll die after." It came out harsher than I intended. The thing was, I didn't like seeing them afraid. It did something to me seeing the way my wife's hands shook when she blew out the candle at night. The way my mother-in-law paused in her gossip every time a cart rattled by, just in case the driver's shout turned into a scream. It made me feel cornered, like I was being asked to fight an enemy I didn't believe in, but had to respect, because it had already scored a victory in their minds. You know that feeling, I think. You might not have someone in your house talking about graveyard ghosts, but you've had evenings where you sit at your own table formica, instead of rough wood overhead light, instead of a candle. And a relative pulls out some story from the news. A crime 3 states over. A break-in 2 streets away. A true crime documentary one of them watched at midnight. And you watch as the fear spreads across the table, passed along with the salt, amplified with each retelling. Someone says, "Did you hear what they did to her?" And suddenly the locks on your door feel flimsy. The windows too big, the curtains too thin. The TV screen goes dark, and you see your own reflection sitting there in the glow of something you invited into your home. You tell yourself you're safe, that the statistics are on your side, but still you double-check the deadbolt before bed. That was us, just without electricity. A cart rattled by outside iron rims, jolting in and out of potholes. The sound rolled along the street, growing then shrinking like a wave. My wife flinched at the first clatter, shoulders jerking. Her eyes shot to the door, then to the window, as if the noise had teleported there. "It's a cart," I said quietly. "I know," she said, barely above a whisper. "I know." but she didn't relax until the sound had completely faded. The ghost had never touched her. It had never even shown itself to her. But it had its hands around her life all the same, tightening, squeezing, shaping her choices. I hated that. Hated it enough that my patience snapped quicker than it should have when the subject came up. "You can't keep doing this," I said, softer now, but still edged, jumping at every sound, acting like the sky outside that door is full of hands. "If you feed the fear, it will eat everything." "So what do we do?" she asked. "Pretend nothing's happening, pretend no one's died." "No," I said. "We remember that we're alive." I meant it as comfort. It didn't land that way. Later that night, after the house had quieted and the fire had burned down to red eyes in the grate, I stood at the small front window, fingers lifting the edge of the curtain just enough to look out. The glass was cold under my knuckles. I could feel the draft leaking in. From there, you could see the line of the cemetery wall, a darker band against the already dark sky. The church tower rose behind it, a black shape with a jagged edge where the stone met the clouds. No lanterns moved along the street. No men with guns. Just the low, steady presence of that wall and whatever was behind it. I stared for a while, letting my eyes adjust, letting the gray shapes come into focus. Headstones, tree branches, the iron gate's crooked teeth. Nothing moved. Then just at the limit of what I could make out, something pale flickered between two stones. It was small, no taller than a man, maybe less, but unmistakably lighter than everything around it. A patch of white where there hadn't been any. I blinked hard, giving a shocked little leap hand, tightening on the curtain. The next breath I took left a fog of moisture on the window. I blinked again, harder. The pale shape wavered, stretched, and then melted back into the fog that clung low to the ground. There was nothing there. I told myself it had always been fog, that my eyes had decided to pull it together into something familiar, because that's what eyes do when they're tired and primed by talk. I told myself I was only seeing what half the town wanted to see proof. Still, when I let the curtain drop and turned away, I felt that old, unwelcome quickness in my pulse again. A sense not that something was out there exactly, but that something was closing in here, around the table. In my wife's shoulders, in the way my mother-in-law's voice dropped when she said it. Home, I realized, wasn't a place away from the fear anymore. It was where the fear had put down roots. And that made me angry. Not at my wife, not at my mother-in-law, but at whatever chorus of stories had given the town permission to live like this. Later, when I had to choose between staying by the fire while my wife walked home alone, or stepping out into the dark to fetch her, that anger and the guilt tangled up with it would speak louder than my tired bones. But I didn't know that yet. All I knew, standing there in the half-light of our little room, was that for the first time I could remember I was starting to feel haunted in my own house. And the thing doing the haunting didn't have a face I could punch. 3, 2. The night watch from the window, 901 50 words. There was one night in particular when it felt like the whole town was holding its breath at the same time. It was late enough that the coals in the hearth downstairs had sunk into a low red glow, and the candle on our upstairs table had burned down to a stub. The room was small, sloping ceiling, rough plaster walls, a narrow bed pressed against one side. We'd left the window unshuttered for once, just the thin curtain drawn, because my wife said she couldn't stand the feeling of not knowing what was outside. "Come here," she whispered, as if the walls themselves might overhear. "They're coming." I crossed the room, feeling the cold seeping up through the bare floorboards. She stood by the window, 2 fingers pinching the curtain aside, just enough to look down into the lane. Her shoulder was tense under my hand when I touched it. I reached past her, and lifted a corner of the fabric, and the night outside spilled in. The patrol was just passing beneath us. From up there, it looked less like a group of neighbors and more like a small army trying to remember how to walk like soldiers. Lanterns swung from hands and poles, the light rocking back and forth, throwing yellow patches onto the cobblestones. Boots struck the stones in ragged unison, too fast, two heavy heels ringing out against the brick walls on either side so that every step came back to them twice. Their shadows were the strangest part. Each man's body cast a long, warped twin on the wall opposite him, stretched and bent out of shape by the angle of the lanterns. Heads elongated, shoulders hunched, legs stilted. When the group turned the corner into our lane, their shadows turned first, sliding across the bricks like taller, distorted figures leading them onward. For a moment, it looked like a procession of ghosts searching for their own bodies. Any sign of it, someone called from the back. His voice was too loud in the quiet. It bounced up toward our window, then down the lane, then died away in the small distance between houses. "Not yet," another man answered. "Keep your eyes open." There was the soft, metallic rattle of a weapon shifting against a belt, the dull clink of musket hardware, the faint jingle of a harness as one of them adjusted the strap of his lantern pole. One man cleared his throat. The sound came out strained as if the cold air was pressing on his chest. My wife's breath fogged the glass. "Look," she murmured. "It's him." At first, I didn't see who she meant. Then the lantern light swung just right and I recognized Francis Smith. He was toward the middle of the group, not leading, not exactly following. His coat was buttoned up to his throat collar, turned against the wind hat pulled down low. In one hand, both hands really, he held a musket. Not like a man who'd grown up with one, but like someone carrying something that could go off if he even breathed wrong. His fingers were wrapped tightly around the wood knuckles, pale. The barrel was angled slightly down, but not as much as I would have liked considering the houses, the windows, the people behind them. Even from above, I could see he was uncomfortable. His shoulders were drawn up, chin tucked in. He didn't walk with the easy stride of a man used to moving through the night. He walked like he was counting each step and trying not to trip. "That's the tax man," my wife said. "Isn't it?" "Yes," I said. "That's Francis." It still felt ridiculous seeing him there. A man whose tools had always been ink and paper, now clanking along with steel and powder, chasing something he couldn't put in a ledger. "What's he doing?" she whispered. "Playing at hero," I said before I could stop myself. "Same as the rest of them." As the patrol moved past our door, the light from their lanterns slid up our wall and across our ceiling. Our little room was briefly full of moving shadows, strange shapes flowing over the plaster, like they were trying to find a place to settle. The sound of their boots grew louder as they passed directly below us, then softened as they moved on the echoes, bouncing around the lane. "Any sign?" someone asked again, further away now. Nothing came, the reply. Just us and the dark. I let the curtain fall back into place. The room dimmed, shrinking in on itself, leaving us with only the candle's faint halo and the red eye of the hearth down the stairwell. A few nights earlier, one single shot had jolted us out of sleep. It cracked through the town like lightning, a sharp boom that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I remember the way my body reacted before my mind had time to understand. I sat up straight in bed, heart-racing, hands already reaching for nothing in particular. No weapon, no shield, just the air. Downstairs, a pot on the hook clanged faintly as it swung from the vibration. For a second, there was complete silence afterward, the kind that feels like the whole world inhaling and forgetting how to exhale. Then the noise began. Feet hitting floors, shouted questions, curtains scraping back from windows. I went to ours and looked out, half expecting to see someone sprawled in the street or a flash of white disappearing around a corner. Instead, I saw what everyone else saw, blackness broken only by a couple of lanterns flaring to life as watchmen scrambled to find out what had happened. Later, we heard the truth. A man had fired at a bundle of clothes hung over a line, convinced he'd seen the ghost lurking in someone's yard. No one died. The only casualty was a sheet and whatever dignity the shooter had left. Still, that one shot had been enough to send half the town to its windows, hearts pounding, waiting for the news that the ghost had claimed another life. You know that feeling now in your age. When a loud bang in the distance makes you think of active shooters, of explosions, of accidents on highways. When you hold your breath and wait for the sirens, for the messages, for the news to tell you what that sound meant. Imagine that pulse of dread, not once in a rare, unlucky while, but every single night. That's what Hammersmith felt like in those weeks. A town that had decided collectively that something terrible was going to happen and was just waiting for it to arrive. Every creak of a cart, every raised voice, every dog barking frantically at nothing. It all sounded like a beginning. They shouldn't be out there, my wife said quietly, still staring at the place where the patrol had vanished around the bend. No, I agreed. They shouldn't. I watched Francis's shadow in my memory, the way it had stretched long and thin on the wall, the way the gun in his hands had looked too big for him, like a tool he didn't know how to use but was determined to wield anyway. Does it make you feel safer? I asked her. Knowing he's out there with a weapon? She hesitated. I don't know, she said finally. It makes me feel like something's being done. That was the problem. Something was being done. It didn't matter if it was the right thing or if the people doing it had any idea what they were chasing. Action, even blind action, feels better than helplessness. I looked down at my own hands, empty at my sides. Part of me understood the urge those men had to pick up whatever you could and step into the dark, just so you could say you weren't hiding. Another part of me wanted to open the window and shout, "Go home before you hurt someone." Instead, I said, "If anyone gets killed in this town, it won't be by a ghost." My wife glanced at me sharply. "Thomas, it'll be by someone like him." I went on nodding in the direction Francis had gone, jumping at shadows with a loaded gun. I believed that when I said it. I said it with the bitter certainty of a man who thinks he sees the shape of the future and doesn't like it. What I didn't understand yet, what makes my skin crawl even now as I tell you, this is how right I was. I meant it as a warning. I didn't realize I was predicting my own death. 3.3, a brush with the cemetery. 901,000 words. By the time that evening came around, the sky had decided it was done with us. You know the kind of winter day I mean, even if your weather comes with forecasts on glowing screens instead of old men sniffing the air. The clouds had sunk low and heavy, turning the whole world into a lid pressed down over our little town. There was no real sunset, just a steady dimming as if someone were slowly pinching the light out of the sky. By the time I left work, it felt like midnight, even though it wasn't. My shoulders ached from a day of lifting and laying brick, my hands stung from the cold each time I flexed them. I should have taken the longer route home, the one that curved away from the churchyard and slipped between rows of houses where curtains glowed and the smells of supper leaked out through cracks. Instead, I turned toward the cemetery. Some part of me, the stubborn, stupid part, wanted to prove a point to myself as much as to anyone else. I'd spent weeks listening to grown men talk about that patch of ground like it was a mouth waiting to swallow them. I'd mocked them, shaken my head, grumbled about fear and imagination. It felt dishonest somehow to avoid the place now, just because the stories had thickened. So I went the way that skirted the cemetery wall. The air was colder there. Maybe it always was, maybe it was in my head. The stone wall ran along my right side, rough and damp, its top crusted with a thin line of snow that glowed faintly in the failing light. Beyond it, the graveyard sloped slightly upward, dotted with crooked stones and bare trees. Mist lay thick between the graves, a low white blanket that blurred their bases and made them look like they were floating. I walked closer to the wall than I needed to, letting my shoulder almost brush it. If anyone had seen me from a window, they might have thought I was drunk or trying to keep from falling over. The truth was uglier. I was being defiant at something that wasn't even there. "See?" I muttered under my breath. Nothing. My boots made a steady sound on the road, a dull clack, clack, clack on the cobbles, with the faint, wet smack of mud pulling at the soles. For a while, that was all I heard. My own breath. The wind moving through the branches on the other side of the wall, making them scrape against each other like bones. Then I heard another set of footsteps. At first I thought I was imagining it. A lighter rhythm just under mine. Not as heavy, not as sharp, but there. A half beat behind, as if someone were following close enough to match me, but not close enough to bump into me if I stopped. Clack, clack, clack. Tap, tap, tap. I kept walking, listening harder, telling myself not to be ridiculous. The mind is a cruel thing. It will give you exactly the sounds you're secretly listening for. I sped up a little, not much. Just enough that my heartbeat picked up to match the new pace. The second set of steps sped up too, or seemed to. Still behind me, still just out of sync. I stopped. The sound stopped. The silence that dropped was thick enough to bite. The wind breathed across the top of the wall and sighed down the other side. Somewhere in the distance, a cartwheel rattled over a loose stone and then quieted. My own breath came louder now, fogging the air in front of me. "It's an echo," I said out loud, my voice sounding smaller than I liked. "Off the wall. That's all." I turned my head slowly, just enough to look back down the road I'd just walked. Empty. The dim line of houses further off. No lanterns, no figures, no pale robes fluttering at the edge of my vision. I made myself look toward the cemetery gate. It stood a little way ahead, iron bars rising up from two solid stone posts. The gate itself was slightly ajar, not enough to admit a man, just enough that the wind could catch it. As I watched it moved a fraction, the metal rubbing against its hinges with a long, tired creak. The sound crawled up my spine. A gust of wind swept across the ground inside the wall, pushing the fog into motion. It rolled between the gravestones in a low wave, wrapping around them, thinning in some places and thickening in others. For half a second less, I saw something that made my body react before my brain had time to label it. A white figure between the graves. It was nothing more than a column of pale mist at just the right height, just the right distance, just the right angle. But it had the outline of a person, a head, shoulders, the suggestion of arms at its sides. It stood perfectly still while everything else moved. My heart slammed against my ribs. My mouth went dry. My hand twitched toward the wall as if I needed to grab something solid to prove I was still here. And then something hit my leg. Not hard. Just a brush, a quick solid contact against my shin, followed by the rapid scrabble of claws on stone. I shouted more of a rough bark of surprise than a word and jerked sideways, nearly losing my footing on the slick cobbles. A dog shot past me out of the dark. It was a small, scruffy thing, ribs showing under its matted coattail, tucked so far between its legs, it practically dragged the ground. It didn't look at me. It didn't look at the cemetery. It just ran, paws a blur, ears flat against its skull, like it was late for something important, and the whole world behind it was on fire. For a second, the absurdity of it broke through everything else. I let out a breath that turned into a laugh halfway through. It came out sounding a little wild, a little too loud in the empty lane, but it was a laugh all the same. The tension in my shoulders loosened enough that I could roll my neck and feel the muscles unclench. Of course, I said to no one. Of course, it's a dog. When I looked back toward the graveyard, the mist had shifted again. Whatever shape I'd thought I'd seen was gone broken apart into ordinary gray wisps that curled and drifted over the ground. The gate creaked once more softly, as if embarrassed to have been part of the performance. I made myself slow my walk back down from that urgent near run the dog had startled me into, back to a normal pace. Each step felt like an argument I was having with my own body. It wanted to hurry. I refused. Nothing there, I muttered. Just fog and a hungry dog. By the time I reached my street, the tightness in my chest had dulled to something more manageable. Lights spilled from a few windows, yellow and steady, throwing rectangles onto the street. The smells of cooking stew bread, something fried in too little oil, filtered out through the cracks, and for a little while the world shrank back down to its usual size. When I opened our door, the familiar warmth and smoke greeted me. My wife looked up from the table, eyes going to my face, first, then to my hands, as if checking for blood without meaning to. "You're late," she said. "Everything all right?" "Everything's fine," I replied, hanging my coat on its peg. Just slow leaving the site. I didn't tell her about the footsteps that had matched mine or the way they'd stopped when I did. I didn't mention the fog shape between the graves, or how my heart had lurched when the dog hit my leg. The words hovered at the back of my throat for a moment, tasting of cold air and rusted iron, and then I swallowed them down. They didn't need more fuel for the fire. Why should I add my little flicker of unease to the bonfire already burning in their heads? If I said I thought I heard something by the cemetery, my mother-in-law would repeat it to the neighbor who would repeat it to the woman at the market, and by the time it came back around, I'd be the man who'd walked with the ghost at his elbow. No. Better to let that dog stay a dog and that fog stay fog. We ate a thin meal. We spoke of small things, work, prices, the way the roof leaked a little worse every time it snowed. I went to bed tired in the way I normally liked, muscles, heavy eyelids, thick. But that was the first night I didn't sleep through. Every time the house creaked, every time the wind shifted in the chimney and made it moan, I was back on that road with the wall at my side. The darkness behind my eyelids turned into slick cobblestones and low fog. My own heartbeats became footsteps, and underneath them, always a half beat behind, I heard those extra steps again, right behind mine. Chapter 4, The Day Everything Tightened, 803,000 words, 4.1. The Last Ordinary Morning, 951 or 50 words. The morning I died started like any other, which is one of the cruelest things about it. There was no trumpet of doom, no strange red sky, no voice whispering my name in the dark. Just a faint gray light pushing its way through thin curtains and the ache of too little sleep in my bones. I woke to the shape of my wife moving quietly around the room. The bed dipped and creaked as she stood careful not to jostle me more than she had to. The cold had crept in overnight. The tip of my nose and the backs of my hands felt raw where they stuck out from the blanket. The first thing I really noticed, though, was the smell of stale beer. It clung to my clothes in a sour haze, the shirt I'd tossed over the chair, the coat hanging from its peg. The pub from the night before was still with me, sweat smoke spilled ale soaked into fabric. I turned my head on the thin pillow and caught my own scent and the memory of shouting, of slamming my mug down, of every face turning toward me. I winced, not from pain, but from the embarrassment that flared hot in my chest, even as the rest of me shivered. "You're awake," my wife said softly. She was already dressed for work, hair twisted up and pinned shawl folded neatly over her shoulders. In the watery light, she looked tired in a way that went deeper than the skin under her eyes. "I am now," I muttered, pushing myself upright. My joints complained. "What time is it? Early enough," she said. "I have to go." I left some bread by the fire. The room smelled faintly of yesterday's stew and the ashes from the hearth below. The air felt heavy, like it hadn't moved all night. I swung my legs out from under the blanket and hissed when my bare feet met the cold floorboards. "Will you be late?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. She hesitated, fingers pausing in the act of tying her shawl. "Depends on the work," she said. "Depends on if I can get away before it's full dark." We both knew what that meant. The same fear that had woven itself into our evenings now tugged at our mornings too. The question of who would be in the streets after sunset sat between us at breakfast, before the sun had even fully risen. "I'll come," I said. Same as always. For a moment, some of the tension left her shoulders. Then it crept back. "Don't stay at the pub tonight," she said. Her eyes flicked to my clothes, still reeking of ale, then to my face. "Promise me." I snorted more to cover my own discomfort than anything. "After last night," I said. "I think I've had my fill of the place for a while." She gave a small, humorless smile, then stepped close enough to put a hand briefly against my cheek. Her palm was warm and smelled of soap and fabric dye. "Just be careful," she murmured, and then she was gone, her steps light but quick on the stairs, the front door opening and closing, with a soft thud below. I dressed in my work clothes, the familiar white fabric stiff with dried lime, and the ghost of spilled beer. As I pulled the shirt over my head, the smell of last night's anger wrapped around me again. I remembered the way the pub had gone silent, the way everyone had watched me go. There was a crawling feeling between my shoulder blades, as if that many eyes had left a mark. Outside, the town felt different, though I couldn't have told you exactly how if you'd asked me in that moment. It wasn't anything grand, no banners, no proclamations. It was in the small things. Fewer people were on the street than there should have been for that hour. Those who were out moved faster, their heads down, collars up, as if the air itself had teeth. Doors opened just wide enough for someone to slip through, and then shut again, quickly, bolts sliding into place with brisk, practiced hands. I walked past a market stall where two women stood close together, baskets hooked over their arms. The stall itself was half-stocked vegetables piled lower than usual, the seller distracted, as he arranged and rearranged the same turnips. The women weren't looking at the goods. They were looking at each other, voices low but sharp. I'm telling you, one insisted it went straight through the hedge. Through. Didn't bend a single branch. "That's ridiculous," the other said. "No spirit needs hedges. It can pass through walls." My cousin felt its hands. "Flesh and bone don't do that. Your cousin also drank half a bottle before he walked home. And yours never lies. It grabbed him," he said. He saw the robe. They saw me watching and went quiet for a second, eyes flicking to my white clothes, to my face, then away as if afraid I'd bring some unwanted truth into their comfortable terror. I shook my head and moved on, their argument trailing behind me like smoke. At the next corner, I nearly walked into the shoemaker. He had a little shop near the bend, the kind of narrow place you might miss if not for the wooden sign swinging above the door and the constant steady tap, tap, tap of his hammer on nails. He was standing outside when I came up, apron on sleeves rolled to his elbows despite the cold. In one hand, he held a shoe, in the other, the hammer. He brought it down on the leather with a sharp, sure strike. The sound rang out in the chilly morning air, too clean and bright for the half-light we were standing in. "Thomas," he said, nodding. He wasn't old, but there were lines around his mouth that looked like they'd been carved there by years of frowning at shoddy work. "Morning," I replied. "Busy." He snorted. "Busier with repairs than with new orders," he said. "Hard to sell nice shoes when everyone thinks they'll be dead by spring." There was a bitterness under the joke that caught my attention. "Your apprentices still filling your children's heads with stories?" I asked, remembering what I'd heard, how they'd scared his youngsters with talk of the Hammersmith ghost making them cry at night. His jaw tightened. He brought the hammer down on the shoe again. Tap. "They think it's funny," he said. "Sit in my own house and whisper those tales where the little ones can hear. Laugh when they won't sleep. Another strike. Tap. Cowards. Afraid of a bit of hard work or a stern word, but they'll sit there and pour poison into children's ears." I shifted my weight, the cobbles cold through the soles of my boots. "They're boys," I said. "Boys tell stories." He glanced up at me then, and there was a look in his eyes I didn't understand at the time. Something like resolve twisted together with anger. "Stories are one thing," he said quietly. "Teaching them to feel fear and like it, that's another." He set the shoe aside and picked up another, his movements crisp. The hammer rose, hovered for a second. Sometimes, he went on, the only way to teach people what fear really is to give them a taste of it they won't forget. The hammer fell. Tap. I frowned. What's that supposed to mean? He gave a tight, humorless smile. Nothing. Just an old man talking. He wasn't that old, but he said it like someone who felt older than his years. "Go on, Thomas. You'll be late for your wall." I did as he said. I walked away, the steady rhythm of his hammer following me down the street. Tap, tap, tap. At the time, I thought he was just venting. A father angry on behalf of his children. An artisan frustrated with foolish apprentices. Every man needs a place to put his rage, and most of us put it into words. I didn't know yet that he'd found another outlet. Work that day was like every other and not like it at all. We laid brick along a half-finished wall, the cold making the mortar slower to set the wind drying our knuckles until the skin cracked. The foreman shouted. Men cursed. We joked about our aches, insulted each other's pace, shared stale bread and colder cheese at midday. On the surface, it was as ordinary as it gets. Underneath, something had shifted. Every few minutes, talk drifted back to the reward. Who might claim it? Whether the ghost could even be killed? Whether bullets did anything to something that might not be flesh? Some swore they'd seen new patrols pass by the site the night before. Others claimed the watch had cornered the ghost near the river, but it slipped away. "How do you corner a story?" I asked at one point, wiping sweat and lime dust from my forehead. My question floated for a moment, then sank ignored. The others carried on building their phantom higher and higher with each rumor. I tried to focus on the weight of the bricks in my hands, the roughness of them, the honest drag of strain in my arms. But every time the cobbler's hammer sounded in my memory, tap, 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 it echoed against the patter of their talk like a second, darker rhythm. If I'd been a different kind of man, I might have gone back to the shoemaker, later said. What did you mean? Might have looked closer at the way his jaw clenched when he talked about lessons and fear. But I wasn't. I was the kind of man who believed people grumbled more than they acted. Looking back now, I can't help but think if I'd listened closer to his tone that morning, if I'd read what was hidden under those words, maybe I would have understood just how far some people were willing to go to make the rest of us as frightened as they were. Maybe I'd have realized that in Hammersmith, it wasn't just the dead who were haunting the living. 4.2. Rumors turned to plans. 901 stood to 50 words. By the time the workday staggered to an end, the sky had turned the color of iron. Not bright steel, not the soft gray of a cloudy morning iron. Dull, heavy, unforgiving. The The kind of sky that made the rooftops look lower, like the whole town was being pressed down under a lid. My breath fogged in front of me as I walked, each exhale a brief ghost that vanished almost as soon as it appeared. Men peeled away from the worksite in twos and threes, shoulders hunched, hands shoved deep into pockets. No one lingered to talk about the wall we were building or the foreman's temper. Work felt like a placeholder now, something we did between bouts of being afraid. As I made my way through the streets, flickers of light began to appear in windows one by one. A lamp here, a candle there. It was like watching a row of eyes open in slow succession, each house deciding when it was ready to admit that night had truly arrived. Doors opened only as wide as necessary to let someone in or out, and then shut again quickly, bolts shooting home with a series of dull, decisive thuds. I could have gone home. Should have, probably. Sat by the fire, eaten, sharpened my tools, saved my strength to walk my wife home later. Instead, my feet took me along the route they'd worn into themselves over the years. Around the bend, past the corner stall, toward the familiar glow and muffled noise of the pub. From the outside, it looked almost the same as always. Warm light leaking out around the edges of the shutters, smoke streaming from the chimney, the low rumble of voices seeping into the street. But when I pushed the door open and stepped inside, I felt the difference at once. The air was thick, hotter than the temperature justified, heavy with breath and tension. People were clustered tighter than usual, bodies pressed close around tables, not in the loose, sprawling way of men relaxing, but in conspiratorial knots. Voices were hushed, though the room was full. The sound was like listening to a row of beehives just before someone shakes them. I threaded my way through the smell of ale and damp wool wrapping around me. My usual table was occupied by the same faces, Reuben, Jonah, the others, but their posture was different. Less slouched, more coiled. They leaned inward, heads close together, tankards neglected in favor of waving hands and sharp gestures. "You take the lane by the river," one was saying as I approached. "We'll cover the road by the church. If it shows itself, if another cut in it shows itself near you." What if they broke off as I dropped onto the empty stool? A few nods, a muttered greeting, then their attention snapped back to the topic. "What are we planning now?" I asked, trying for lightness. "A parade." "A proper watch," Reuben said. "Not just the old men with lanterns. We're dividing up the streets, making sure there's not a corner this thing can slip through without someone seeing it." He spoke with the zeal of a man who'd found a cause. His eyes were bright in the firelight, his cheeks flushed. "We can't just sit in here and talk anymore. There's a reward on its head. And besides," his mouth tightened, "besides, it's taken enough from us." Jonah nodded vigorously. "We're going to organize it, not just stumble around like fools. Groups of 4, maybe 5. One with a gun at least." "And Francis," I interrupted, raising an eyebrow. "Francis, who Smith Jonah said. The tax man. He's got a musket now, borrowed, I think. He's coming tonight." I didn't bother to hide my reaction. A laugh slipped out before I could stop it, sharp and disbelieving. "The tax collector," I said. "Out there in the dark with a gun hunting a ghost. That should scare it off. Nothing terrifies a spirit like unpaid ledgers." A few men around us chuckled, but it was uneasy, like they weren't sure if they were allowed to find this funny. Reuben frowned at me. "You keep laughing," he said. "You're always laughing." "But he's doing something. He's out there while you sit here and talk about how smart you are." "If you're so sure it's just a man," Jonah added, "why don't you go out there and stop him, show us how it's done? Pull the sheet off whoever he's chasing and bring him back in." The words were said with a hint of teasing, but there was steel under it. I felt it go in. a little needle under the skin. My jaw clenched. "Because I still have to work tomorrow," I said. "I'd rather not be shot by a nervous clerk with a borrowed weapon." "You're afraid," someone muttered just loud enough. I turned toward the voice. "No," I said. "I'm angry. There's a difference." The noise of the room swelled around us. At another table, someone slammed their mug down so hard beer slopped over the rim and ran across the wood. The sound echoed the crack of my own tankard from that earlier night, the one that had cut through the pub like a gunshot. Somewhere near the fire, a chair skidded roughly as a man stood up too fast. Snatches of other conversations drifted over. "They say it glows, I swear. My sister won't leave the house. If I see anything white, I'm firing." Then someone at the far end of the bar said the words that could still hush a room full of men who thought they were ready for war. "The pregnant woman," he said. "Don't forget her." The effect was immediate. The conversation near us faltered, then stumbled into silence. Tankards were set down more gently. The wheezing laugh from the corner died off. Even the fire seemed to crackle quieter for a moment. We all saw her in our minds at once. Not by face, maybe not by name, but by shape. A young woman crumpled near the churchyard. Hand on her stomach, mouth open in a final attempt to get air that never came. "She was real," the man at the bar went on. "Whatever else you say about this, she's real." No one argued. What could you say that she died of fear instead of phantom fingers? The end result was the same. There was a body because of all this. You don't argue a body away. I took a long drink more to fill my mouth than because I wanted the ale. It tasted sourer than usual, thin and flat on my tongue. The room, if anything, seemed to draw in tighter men, leaning closer to one another, speaking in low tones that sounded less like gossip and more like strategy. They were planning routes and signals, who would walk with whom, who had a weapon and who didn't. There was fear in their voices, yes, but there was something else too, something like excitement. Like they were standing on the edge of a story that was going to be told for years, and they were desperate to be in it. I scoffed again, this time louder than I meant to. A few heads turned. "This is madness," I said. "All of you running around in the dark after a shadow. You're not soldiers. You're bricklayers and weavers and clerks. If you're not careful, the only thing you're going to catch is each other." Reuben bristled. "What do you want us to do then? Sit and wait for it to knock on our doors?" "We could start by admitting we don't know what it is," I shot back. "A prankster. A man with too much time and a sheet. A murderer, maybe. But not this thing you've made it into. This legend you're chasing like boys with sticks. Better a legend than nothing," Jonah muttered into his mug. That hit me harder than any of the jabs about fear. Better a legend than nothing. Better a ghost than the empty grinding days we'd had before all this started. Better a hunt, even a foolish one, than feeling like your life would begin and end on the same patch of cobblestone, with nothing remarkable in between. I realized sitting there with the heat of the room pressing in on me and the smell of sweat and smoke thick in my nose that I'd been missing something important. I'd been so focused on how stupid the stories were, how dangerous, that I hadn't looked at what they were giving everyone, what they were giving us. Purpose. For men whose lives had been dictated by daylight and hunger, and whoever held the purse strings, the ghost was something they could choose to face, to stand up to hunt. It made them feel alive in a way nothing else in Hammersmith really did. I drank more than I usually did that night. Each refill was half annoyance, half anesthesia. The talk of patrols and guns and glowing figures grated on me. But there was a part of me, small, mean, that envied the way their eyes lit up when they spoke about sweeping the lanes, about catching the thing that haunted us. They were frightened, yes, but they were charged by it. Connected to one another by a shared mission, even if that mission was madness. You listening now might think I was only angry at superstition, at stupidity, at how easily people swallowed tales and spat out fear. And that was true as far as it went. But there was something else under it, something I didn't name at the time. I was jealous. Jealous of the way a ghost, real or not, had managed to give my whole town a story to be inside of. Jealous that the same men I'd worked beside for years suddenly seemed more awake chasing shadows than they'd ever been laying bricks. Jealous that while I clung to what I thought of as sense, they at least felt like they were doing something that mattered. I wrapped my fingers around my mug, felt the sticky ring of spilled ale under my palm, and listened to them plot routes in the dark. And somewhere between one swallow and the next, between one bitter remark and the slam of someone else's tankard on wood, I felt something tighten inside me. Not just anger, not just fear. A knot made of both twisted through with the uneasy thought that ghost or no ghost, the night ahead of us was not going to end quietly. For Heimti, the spark before the fire. 950 words. The ghost had taken over the room so completely that it felt like a fourth man at our table. By the time the candles had burned low and the fire had settled into a steady, hungry glow, every corner of the pub was humming with the same subject. Not just, did you hear any more? But precise, grim plans laid out by men who'd never planned anything more dangerous than how to stretch their wages to the weekend. Tonight we'll sweep Black Lion Lane, a man behind me was saying, his voice low but intense. 4 of us. 2 with lanterns, 1 with a gun, 1 with a club. If it comes through there, it won't get past. At the same time, someone else chimed in, we'll have a pair by the cemetery gate, just inside the shadows. If it comes out, they'll see it first. We'll close in. Box it. Box a ghost, another man sneered. You box a man, not a spirit. That's what I've been saying, I muttered into my drink. No one heard me. At our own table, Reuben was bent over tracing lines on the sticky wood with his fingertip, like he was drawing a map. If Francis takes this road, he said, and we take this one, we can meet here at the corner, if either of us sees anything. 3 knocks on the wall if you spot it. 2 if you need help. 1 if... He trailed off, frowning, as if one knock meant something too final to say. The words washed over me, same phrases on repeat. Sweep. Stake out. Reward. Gun. Glow. Vanish. Over and over until they blurred. Little things started to grate. My fingers were resting on the table just outside the circle of my tankard. The wood there was tacky with dried ale, a thin film that grabbed at my skin. Every time I shifted my hand, I felt it cling and release with a faint, unpleasant schlup. The smell of stale beer sweat, wet wool, and smoke had thickened in the air until it felt like something I could claw out of my mouth. In the corner, a man had begun whistling under his breath. A tune that might have been a song once, but he only knew 3 or 4 notes of it. He hit them slightly off-key each time. The tiny, shrill sound poked at my ears like a needle. At the next table, a fellow I barely knew was telling his story again. For the 5th time, I'd counted. I'm telling you, he said, palms up in a gesture of earnestness that had lost all meaning 3 repetitions ago. It was standing half in the fog, half out. You could see its robe like it was glowing. Not like fire, no, not like fire. Like the moon on water. I could see the outline clear as you sitting there now. Clearer. And when I looked back, you've said this. I snapped under my breath. He didn't hear that either. The off-key whistle looped again. The sticky ring under my hand clung again. The same line about moon on water rolled across the room again, like it had become a script everyone was required to recite. Someone's laugh, a little too high and a little too long, sliced the air near the fire. A chair squealed across the floor as a man shoved away from a table to punctuate a point. Then someone said, "I'll take the lane by the church. If it grabbed that woman there, it'll come back." They returned to where they've fed. Something in me, whatever frayed bit of rope had been barely holding, finally snapped. My hand tightened around the tankard. I could feel the grit of dried lime still under my fingernails, scraping the metal. Heat flushed up my neck into my face, not from the fire, but from a sudden, blinding rage I couldn't have explained in that moment if I'd tried. I brought the mug down on the table. Hard. Harder than the first time. The sound exploded in the room. Metal on wood, a crack that cut clean through every voice, every laugh, every half-whistled note. The table jumped. Foam leapt up the sides of my tankard and spilled over, warm and sticky, splattering across the back of my hand and the tabletop. The wedge under the leg jarred loose and dropped with a dull clack onto the floor. Conversations sheared off mid-word. A man near the fire stopped with his finger in the air, sentence cut in half. The whistler choked on his own note. Someone near the bar let out a sharp "oi," and then fell silent when he saw I was the source of the noise. The pub seemed to inhale and forget how to breathe out. Every head turned. I could feel their eyes on me again, 100 small weights pressing into my skin. Faces lined with fear, flushed with drink, lit from below by firelight, so their eyes looked darker, their brows deeper. For a heartbeat, it was as if all of their worry, their superstition, their wild hope for some kind of heroic ending had pooled in their gazes and was now pointed at me. I pushed my chair back. The legs scraped along the floorboards with a long, complaining squeal that made a few men wince. I could feel my heart pounding in my throat, my palms slick with spilled ale and sweat. "Sorry," I muttered, though the word came out flat and unconvincing. My hand slipped. It was a lie, and we all knew it. No one called me on it. They just watched as I shrugged into my coat, fumbling for the sleeves in my haste, shoulders tightening as the rough fabric dragged across my shirt. "You going?" Thomas Rubin asked quietly. "Yeah," I said. I've heard enough ghost talk to last me a lifetime. A bitter little joke, that last word, but my voice didn't lift for it. As I turned toward the door, the hum of conversation began to creep back into the room behind me, tentative at first, then growing as people decided whatever I'd just done wasn't worth missing their own plans for. Still, I could feel pockets of silence follow me as I moved between tables, the way voices dropped when I came near, then resumed as soon as I passed, like ripples closing over. I reached for the door latch. The metal was cold under my fingers, slick with the condensation that had run down the inside of the wood. I pulled. The door swung open, and the night rushed in sharp, cold air, knifing through the heat of the pub. The nearest candles flickered wildly, their flames bowing toward me. The sound of the room dimmed in an instant, cut off by the gust voices shrank, the fire's crackle dulled, the clink of glassware dropped into the background. "Be careful out there," someone called again. The same phrase as before, but this time it landed differently. It didn't sound like a joke now. It sounded like a small, desperate offering. A plea thrown across a widening gap. I didn't look back to see who had said it. I just rolled my eyes more out of habit than humor and stepped over the threshold. The cold hit me full in the face. My breath puffed out in startled bursts. Behind me, the door swung shut on its heavy hinges, slower than I expected, as if it too were reluctant to cut me off from the light. For a brief moment, a thin strip remained open, the glow from inside stretching out across the street, like the last line of a letter. Then the latch caught, and it closed with a solid final thunk. All the warmth, all the light, all the tangled fear and bravado and beer-stained camaraderie stayed on the other side of that wood. Out here, there was only the dark lane, the wind knifing between the houses, the faint rattle of a signboard somewhere far off. My boots sounded very loud on the cobblestones as I began to walk, each step echoing off the bricks. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked once and then fell silent. A shutter banged once against a wall and then was stilled by a quick hand from inside. You know how it is when you leave a crowded room and step into the night? How the silence feels almost physical at first. Like a hand over your ears, that's how it felt to me. The quiet wrapped around me thick and blank, and I mistook it for peace. I didn't know that I'd just done the most important thing I would ever do in my short life: stand up, slam my mug down, and walk out of that door. When that door closed behind me, I stepped out of the light for the last time. I didn't know it then. But the ghost stories we'd been telling for months were about to become my story, and this time, there would be no one left to correct the ending. Chapter 5. Black Lion Lane 2. 903, 100 words, 5. 1. By the fire. Before the cold, 1,000 1050 words. By the time I reached my parents' street, the ale had settled into a warm, dull weight behind my ribs, and the night had sharpened around the edges. The lanes between the pub and their house were quieter than they had any right to be for that hour. No children darting between doorways, no last-minute errands, no men lingering under eaves with pipes. Just rows of houses with their shutters shut tight, thin lines of lamplight glowing along the cracks. Narrow seams of warmth in a town that had decided to turn its face inward. My parents' house sat halfway down the row, a familiar shape in the dark. The little stoop worn smooth by years of boots. The door with the stubborn latch that always needed an extra shove in summer and an extra yank in winter. Tonight, the wood looked darker, damp from the fine mist that clung to everything. I tried the handle out of habit, even though I knew better now. It didn't move. Locked. I knocked 3 quick raps with my knuckles. The sound was solid, carried well into the house. I pictured it traveling through the thin hallway, up the narrow stairs around the corner, into the sitting room where they'd almost certainly be huddled by the fire. There was a pause long enough for the cold to seep further into my coat. Then Anne's voice came through the wood, muffled but sharp-edged. "Who's there? It's me," I called back. "Thomas." Another pause. I heard the faint scrape of her feet on the floorboards. "Step back," she said, "so I can see you." I rolled my eyes even though she couldn't see it, but I did as she asked. I took 2 steps back from the door heel, slipping slightly on the wet stone of the stoop, and tilted my face up toward the little peephole. A shadow shifted on the other side. Then I caught a glint of her eye, small and dark behind the glass. The lock rattled, then the bolt slid back with a heavy clack. The chain scraped. Finally, the door opened just wide enough for me to squeeze through before Anne grabbed my sleeve and dragged me the rest of the way in. She shut it fast behind me, the wood thudding into place with more force than was strictly necessary, and immediately shot the bolt again. The chain went on with quick, practiced movements. "You took your time," she snapped, but there was relief under it. The warmth hit me as soon as the door closed, a deep, bone-soaking warmth that made the cold outside seem even crueler by contrast. The air smelled of stew long since eaten, of smoke, and slightly damp wool, of the faint sweetness of onions that had been cooked down to nothing. It took my eyes a moment to adjust. The only real light in the room came from the hearth, a low, steady fire casting a restless orange glow over everything. Shadows huddled in the corners, but they were the kind I knew, the familiar shapes of chairs, shelves, and the clock on the mantel, its brass pendulum swinging back and forth with quiet determination. "How many bolts do you need on one door?" I muttered, shrugging out of my coat. "As many as it takes," Anne shot back. "Not everyone thinks they can stare death in the face and laugh." She took my coat from me and shook it slightly, a wrinkle of distaste crossing her face when the smell of stale beer lifted from it. She hung it on the peg by the door with more force than the thin wood deserved. "You've been at the pub," she said. Not a question. "Where else?" I said. "It's either there or stand in the street and listen to everyone talk about the ghost through their windows." She made a disapproving noise in her throat and turned away, gesturing toward the hearth. "Sit down. You're freezing." I didn't argue. The fatigue of the day, the drink, the weight of too many voices all talking about the same thing, it all seemed to press down at once. I sank into the chair nearest the fire, the one that had molded itself to my father's shape over the years, but would have to tolerate mine for tonight. The flames danced lazily, chewing through the last of a split log. The wood popped now and then, sending up small bursts of sparks that spiraled into the throat of the chimney and vanished. The heat on my shins was almost painful at first, but in a good way, the kind of pain that tells you your body is thawing, that blood is returning to places it had abandoned. Anne busied herself in that way she had when she was worried and needed things to look busy. She straightened a pile of folded cloth that didn't need straightening, adjusted the poker by the hearth, nudged the rug back into line with the bricks, all while glancing at me from the corner of her eye, as if making sure I was really there. The house around us breathed its usual night sounds. The clock on the mantel ticked steadily, each tiny click, a pin driven into the silence. The wind slipped under the door and sighed along the floor, making the candle flame on the table beyond the fire flicker and bow. From outside, softened by walls and distance, came the occasional rumble of a cart, passing at the far end of the street wheels, clattering in and out of potholes, a horse snorting, a driver's voice muttering something too low to catch. The contrast between here and the wet cold I'd just left was so stark, it made my chest ache. In here, the air wrapped around me like a blanket. Out there, it had knifed into any gap it could find. "How are they?" I asked. "Mother, father sleeping," Anne said, lowering herself onto the stool opposite me. The firelight picked out the lines of worry around her eyes. They worry themselves sick, then they finally fall over like knocked pins. "You know how it is." I did. My father would pretend he wasn't frightened in front of us, mutter something dismissive about children's tales, then bolt the door twice and check each window latch, as if the ghost might test them. My mother would cross herself, mutter prayers, and scold anyone who spoke the word ghost too loudly, as if the sound itself could summon something. "How many patrols tonight?" Anne asked, glancing toward the window as if she could see through the drawn curtain. "More than there are ghosts to find," I said. "Men with guns, men with clubs, men with lanterns. They'll scare each other into madness if they stay at it long enough." "You shouldn't be out there," she said sharply. "Not tonight. Not any night if you can help it." "I'm here now," I pointed out. "In front of the fire under your watchful glare. What more do you want?" She gave me a look that said she wasn't in the mood for jokes. The fire popped, sending a little shower of sparks up. One landed on the edge of the hearth and died with a faint hiss. The warmth seeped deeper into me. It started in my legs, then climbed into my chest, then up into my face. My eyelids grew heavy, that thick, pleasant weight that comes when you're somewhere safe, and your body decides it can let its guard down. The flames wove strange shapes on the back of my eyes. When I blinked, towers, faces, walls that rose and fell with each flicker. For a moment, the pub felt very far away. The sharpness of slammed mugs and raised voices faded, replaced by the soft, repetitive tick of the clock and the gentle crackle of burning wood. My hands, which had been clenched around my tankard not long before, now lay open on my knees. I could stay here tonight, I heard myself say, voice slower than usual. It's warm, quiet. She's walked home from work plenty of times on her own. Anne's head snapped up. What I rubbed at my eyes, suddenly aware of how the room seemed to sway a little when I moved. I'm just saying. I've been drinking. It's cold. She's strong. She knows the streets. Maybe tonight she walks alone and I don't risk whatever nonsense is out there. The words sounded reasonable in my own ears, for half a breath, just practical arithmetic. Tired man plus dark streets minus one walk equals no trouble. But even before Anne answered, I felt something sour stir in my gut. Her reaction burned that feeling into me. Are you out of your mind? She snapped louder than she'd spoken all night. The sound bounced off the low ceiling, startling even her. You'd have her walk home alone in this with that thing out there. I flinched more from the intensity in her voice than from the words themselves. There is no thing, I began. She cut me off with a sharp gesture. You're right, she said bitterly. Let's pretend there isn't. Let's pretend men haven't been choked in the road. Let's pretend a woman didn't die near that cemetery. Let's pretend people aren't out there with guns because they're scared out of their wits. You think that makes her safer? The guilt landed heavy and immediate. She'll be the next one, Anne went on, voice tightening. You know that, don't you, young woman alone in the dark, walking past corners? You know those men are watching. Maybe it's a ghost. Maybe it's some lunatic in a sheet. Maybe it's some idiot with a loaded rifle and bad eyesight. You want to sit by the fire and find out which it is by morning gossip. Anger flared up in me, hot and defensive, not at her, not exactly, but at what she was accusing me of being. A coward. A man who'd let his wife risk what he wouldn't. That's not fair, I said. You know I've walked her home dozens of times. You know I've been out there more than... Then don't stop now, she shot back. Not when it matters most. The room felt tighter suddenly, the low ceiling lower, the walls closer. The fire seemed too bright, the shadows too thick. The ticking of the clock grew louder, each click a reminder that time was moving, whether I wanted it to or not. I looked into the flames, watched them flicker and knot themselves around the wood. My eyelids wanted to close. My body wanted to sink deeper into the chair and stay there until morning. It would have been so easy, just let myself drift off with the warmth in my bones and the sound of the wind outside. Trust that my wife would find her own way home like she had before any of this nonsense started. But beneath the tiredness, beneath the ale, beneath the rationalizations, something else stirred, a familiar, stubborn thread of pride. If I stayed, Anne was right, I'd be letting fear make the choice for me whether I believed in ghosts or not. Fear of the dark. Fear of the men in it. Fear of what might happen if I stepped outside the circle of this little firelight. I felt it then, that twist of emotion I'd been trying not to name. Not just concern for my wife's safety, not just annoyance at the town's hysteria, but a hard, sharp need to prove to her, to the men in the pub, to myself, that I was not like them. That I could walk into the night because I chose to, not because a story pushed me or held me back. I sighed, the sound coming out heavier than I meant. All right, I said. I'll go, I'll fetch her. Anne's shoulders sagged with relief, the tension draining out in a visible wave. Good, she said quietly. Good. I didn't say the rest out loud, not to her and not then, but I'll say it to you now. In that moment, the decision to go back out into the cold wasn't just about protecting my wife. It was also about standing up against everything that had been pressing in on me for weeks, about proving to Anne and to myself that I wasn't afraid, or at least that I could walk anyway, even with fear breathing at my back. 5.2. The Walk Back into Darkness, 901. 50 words, stepping back outside after the fire felt like walking into a different world. Inside, the air had been thick with warmth and the soft, comfortable smells of home. Out here, the cold hit me like a slap. It had deepened while I'd been sitting in that chair. The kind of cold that bites, not just brushes. My breath came out in thick white clouds that hung in front of my face for a moment before the wind tore them away. Within a few steps, my ears ached, that sharp, needling pain that makes you want to fold them into your hat. The street had emptied while I was indoors. Earlier, I'd seen shapes moving at the far end of the lane, neighbors slipping from one door to another, late stragglers hurrying home. Now it felt like the houses themselves had pulled up their roots and leaned away from the road. Most of the windows were dark shutters drawn tight. The few that still showed light did so reluctantly, a faint glow behind heavy curtains, as if the people inside were trying not to advertise that they were awake. My boots struck the stones with a dull, regular sound. Clack, clack, clack. Each impact seemed louder in the hush, echoing off the brick walls in a way it hadn't earlier. The wind slid between the houses in narrow currents, teasing at loose slates, moaning through gaps, carrying faint smells of smoke and damp and something metallic from the direction of the river. I jammed my hands deeper into my coat pockets. The chill crept quickly through the thin layers, finding its way into my fingers first, then crawling up my wrists. I flexed my hands anyway, more from agitation than cold. "If I meet your ghost," I muttered into the dark, "I'll rip the damn sheet off and drag you back by the collar." It wasn't the first time I'd said something like that, not even that day. But out here with the night pressing close and my words turning to vapor in front of me, it sounded different. Angrier. Desperate, almost like I was picking a fight with the shadows, just to prove I could. The bravado helped. A little. It gave my feet purpose besides just keep moving or freeze. But under it there was a thin, taut wire of something else. Not belief exactly. Not in the kind of ghost the town had built. More a prickling awareness that the dark around me held more than just empty air. Overhead, bare branches scratched against one another, sleet-damp wood creaking softly as the wind worried at them. Somewhere behind me, a shutter banged once against a wall with a sharp wooden crack, then another as whoever lived there yanked it closed and latched it. The sound made my shoulders jerk up before I could stop them. I forced a breath out through my nose, slow and deliberate, and told myself it was only loose hinges and nervous hands. You might be listening to this in a world of paved lots and electric lamps, where yellow pools of light carve the darkness into safe islands. Maybe you've had nights where you walk through a parking lot after closing just you, your keys, your car sitting under a flickering light. You hear your own footsteps on the concrete, but for a moment you swear they're not quite in sync with yours. There's an extra tap between your steps, or a faint scuff when you pause. Your chest tightens, and you tell yourself it's an echo bouncing off the walls, nothing more. That was me on the way to Black Lion Lane. Only we didn't have security cameras or streetlights or neighbors peeking through blinds with phones in their hands. If something waited in the dark, it waited in a place no one was watching. I turned away from my parents' street and headed toward the part of town that tilted down gently at first, then more sharply as it neared the churchyard. The air grew colder as I went, the wind picking up little teeth as it threaded through the narrower lanes. The cobbles here weren't as well kept. My boots found problems they knew by heart. Loose stones, slick patches, where water collected and froze small dips that could twist an ankle if you didn't place your weight right. At one corner, I hesitated, my body almost turning toward the longer route out of habit before my mind yanked it back. "No," I said under my breath. We're not doing that. The shorter way, the way that cut toward the cemetery, and then along Black Lion Lane lay in front of me a darker fork, less inviting, sloping down into a slice of night that looked thicker than the rest. My stomach gave a small, traitorous twist at the sight of it. I stepped forward anyway. The lane narrowed as I walked the houses on either side, drawing closer together, like they were leaning in to listen. The sound of my boots changed subtly, as the stones underfoot shifted from neat town-kept blocks to older, more uneven ones. In the distance, somewhere off to my left, I heard the faint murmur of men's voices, a patrol no doubt churning up their courage with whispered plans. The noise faded quickly as the lane curved away from them, swallowing me into a quieter stretch of street. When I turned onto Black Lion Lane proper, it felt like crossing an invisible line. The lane was narrower than the others, the kind of road that looked like it had been an afterthought when the town was laid out. The houses dropped away on one side, replaced by the dark mass of the cemetery wall running almost the entire length. On the other side, the buildings stood a little farther back, leaving a strip of scraggly earth between their foundations, and the road a place where weeds fought with discarded rubbish and the occasional stubborn shrub. The wall to my right loomed slick with moisture, its top edge too high to see over in the dark. I could feel the weight of the graves beyond it, even without seeing them, the way you can feel a full room on the other side of a door. Every so often, a faint sound came from that direction, a soft rattle of metal that might have been the gate moving in the wind or a loose length of chain scraping against stone. My breath sounded too loud in my own ears. So did my steps. I kept my head up, eyes forward, spine straight. It felt important not to hunch, not to give the night any sign that it was winning. My hands were clenched in my pockets, now fingers curled into fists against the lining of my coat. "If you're out here," I said quietly, "now's your chance." I didn't expect an answer, and none came. Just the wind, the scrape of branches, the faint sigh of my own resentment. About halfway down the lane, there was a break in the ragged strip of ground to my left. A large bush grew there, a wild, overgrown thing that had never seen a pruning knife, its tangle of branches erupting up and out in a lopsided mass. In summer, it was a green blotch against the stone and mud, catching bits of paper and loose leaves. In winter, stripped bare, it looked like a hand reaching up out of the earth, fingers spread. Tonight, its branches shifted in the breeze, making a dry rustle that sounded too deliberate, too close. At first, I thought it was just the wind. Then, as I drew nearer, I thought I saw something else. A density of darkness behind the bare limbs, a shape that didn't quite match the pattern of branches and gaps I knew so well. A subtle movement that wasn't in time with the sway of twigs. I slowed just a fraction. There, a flicker. The suggestion of a figure crouched low behind the bush, as if trying to make itself small. My heart kicked, then transformed almost instantly from that tight squeeze of fear into something hotter. Anger flooded in to fill the space fear had opened. All the voices from the pub, from my house, from my parents rose up at once in my mind. The whispered stories, the slammed bolts, the way my wife flinched at every noise, the way Anne had grabbed my sleeve, the way the whole town had tied its life into knots around this invisible thing. The way I'd walked out here into the freezing dark because of it. And now here, if my eyes weren't lying, was the source. A person hiding in a bush wrapped in shadow, hoping to spring out at the next unlucky passerby. Of course, I thought. Of course it's a man. Some people faced with that realization might have backed away, might have chosen another route or called out to the night watch or shouted from a safe distance, "I see you there. Come out." That isn't what I did. A surge of something reckless tore through me, blood and drink and indignation all mixed together. This was it, I told myself. This was the moment I could end it, rip the mask off in front of the entire town. Prove to my wife, to Anne, to the men at the pub, to myself, that the thing that had been haunting us was nothing more than a breathing, fallible human being. I felt my hands leave my pockets, fingers curling into fists in the cold air. The chill that had been gnawing at my bones receded under a rush of heat. I squared my shoulders, set my jaw, and instead of crossing the street or walking faster to pass the bush, I angled straight toward it, feet picking up speed. This is it, I thought. This is where it ends. And with that angry certainty burning in my chest, I lowered my head and began to charge into the darkness. 5-3, the shape behind the bush. 901,000 words. If you've ever done something stupid in a split second, you know how your memory lies about it afterward. It doesn't play back as one smooth motion. It stretches that instant out until every heartbeat feels like its own lifetime. That's how Black Lion Lane lives in my head now. Not as a run, but as a series of frozen frames. The first frame, my fists. My hands were already balled, tight knuckles aching from the cold and from how hard I was squeezing them. I could feel the roughness of my own skin, the raw patches where lime and brick had chewed at it all week. My nails bit into my palms through the thin fabric of my gloves. It was a small, stupid thing to focus on, but my mind grabbed it like an anchor. These are real hands. I'm real. Whoever's behind that bush is real too. My heart thudded once hard enough that I felt it in my throat. The lane was so quiet I could almost hear the blood in my ears, a dull roar under the higher hiss of my breath steaming in front of me. Each exhale came out in a quick white puff, ghosting away in the cold air. The second frame, the bush itself. It loomed larger now, a mass of dark, tangled branches hunched at the edge of the road. Up close, it looked less like a plant, and more like something that had grown from all the fear people had dropped on this lane, spindly limbs reaching out, clutching at any shadow that passed. Behind it, just visible through the gaps, was a shape that didn't belong. Not the smooth curve of bark or the thin line of a twig, a bulk, a hunch, the outline of a shoulder, the slope of a back folded in on itself. I squinted, trying to force my eyes to pull a clearer picture from the gloom. It was useless. The dark and the angles wouldn't give me more than an impression, but my mind filled in what my eyes couldn't see. That's him, I thought. The prankster, the murderer, the idiot in the sheet, the one who's been choking men and chasing women and making my whole town lose its mind. My jaw clenched so hard it hurt. I don't know if you've ever convinced yourself that all your anger has a single target. It's a tempting lie, makes everything simpler. Instead of being angry at the world, at fear, at chance, you can pour it all into one person-shaped container and tell yourself that if you just hit hard enough, everything will make sense again. That's what I did. Standing there in that frozen second, I poured weeks of frustration into the outline behind that bush. Third frame, the first step. I pushed off hard with my back foot. My boot slipped a little on the slick stone, just a small skid as the damp cobble gave under the sudden force. My body lurched forward, then caught itself as my other foot found purchase. The movement jolted me out of my half-crouch into a run. The cold air knifed into my lungs as they opened to drag in more breath. My coat, which had been hanging heavy and still around my legs, flared out behind me, tugging at my shoulders with each stride. I felt the seam under my arm pinch as the fabric pulled tight. The bush rushed toward me, or I rushed toward it. The effect was the same. The wall of the cemetery slid by on my right, a slick blur of dark stone. The ground beneath me became a pattern of light and shadow, as my boots hammered over the uneven cobbles, each step sending a small shock up through my knees. Clack, clack, clack. My own footsteps, louder now, faster. They were all I could hear for a moment, drowning out the wind, drowning out the distant murmur of any patrols that might have been somewhere else in the maze of streets. Behind the bush, the figure jerked. Just a twitch, at first, a flinch in the shadows. From my angle, it looked like someone who hadn't expected to be found. The crouched outline shifted upward, half rising, as if they'd heard me and were trying to decide whether to bolt or to brace. He couldn't see my face yet, not clearly, but he could see what I was in that moment, a man in white work clothes surging out of the dark, running straight at him with his hands up. I dragged in another breath. It burned on the way down, cold air scraping my throat raw. My fists swung slightly with each stride, not as high as a boxer's guard yet, but rising. My shoulders rolled forward, narrowing my shape, making me a spear aimed point first at the thing behind the branches. The bush was close now. I could see individual twigs, each one tipped with a tiny bead of moisture that caught what little light there was and turned it into a line of dull silver. My boots hit a patch of wetter stone and slid a fraction. I compensated without thinking, hips adjusting, arms widening for balance, then tucking back in as I regained speed. Clack, 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 clack. My footfalls filled the world. They sounded like someone else's, like I was hearing a stranger charge past me instead of being the one running. Every slap of leather on stone came back off the walls, a half beat later, layering over itself until it sounded like more than one man bearing down on that spot. The figure behind the bush moved again, this time more sharply. A shift of weight, a twist at the waist. From where I was, it looked like he was trying to pull himself higher, to turn toward me fully. I caught a glimpse of fabric, a darker shape against the dark, the impression of a shoulder snapping back. I didn't see the gun. Not then. Not from that angle. All I saw was a person about to stand up and face me, someone who'd been hiding in the dark and was now startled by the fact that for once, the dark was running at them. I sucked in one last breath and pulled my right arm back, fist curling tighter. My whole body coiled for the swing muscles bunching in my forearm, my shoulder, my back. I could already feel in the space between 1 second and the next, the imagined impact, my knuckles connecting with bone, the shock traveling up my arm, the satisfaction of contact. In that tiny, stretched-out moment, I wasn't thinking about ghosts or rewards or patrols. I wasn't thinking about my wife waiting at work or Anne by the fire. I wasn't thinking about anything except finally reaching something I could hit. Finally putting all my fear and fury into a place that might make it stop. The bush filled my vision. My fist began to swing, and then nothing. No thunder in my memory. No flash. No slow-motion bullet like the stories give you when they're trying to make sense of a tragedy. For me, the story of that night ends as far as my living eyes were concerned, with my arm cutting through freezing air, my lungs full of cold, my boots leaving the stone for the next stride I never landed. The rest comes from somewhere else. From a vantage point I didn't earn but got all the same. I didn't see the gun, but someone else did. He saw it because he was holding it, because he was kneeling there in the dark behind that bush heart, pounding just as hard as mine, breath steaming from his lips, hands slick on the stock from a mix of sweat and frost. In his mind, he wasn't Francis Smith, mild-mannered tax collector. He was the man standing between his town and the thing that had been choking and chasing and killing them. He'd been waiting, straining his eyes, listening for any sign of movement on that lane. And then, in that same sliver of time, I remember as my charge, he looked up and saw a figure in white rushing at him out of the dark with its hands raised. From his angle, from his fear, from his stories, that wasn't a tired, angry bricklayer. That was the Hammersmith ghost. Chapter 6. The Shot That Made a Ghost. 2, 903, 100 words. 6.1. The Moment of Impact, and choose not on 1 or 50 words. I used to think gunshots belonged to other people's stories. Wars, highway robbers, soldiers in far-off fields. Not to a narrow lane in Hammersmith, not to a bricklayer in his work clothes. But the sound of the shot that killed me is the clearest thing I own. It didn't come first as a bang. It came as light. 1 second, the world was nothing but the dark tangle of the bush, the cold burning in my lungs, my fist cutting through air toward the shape behind those branches. The next, a small white sun bloomed in front of me. It wasn't fire, not really. Just a brutal, instantaneous blossom of light right at the edge of my vision, a circle that flared and died almost before I could understand it was there. It painted the wall, the bush, the stones a harsh, flat white for the length of a blink, and in that blink I saw everything too clearly. The curve of the musket barrel, the terrified angle of Francis Smith's face behind it, his mouth open on a shout I didn't hear yet, his eyes wide not with anger but with something worse, certainty. Then the sound caught up. You've probably heard gunfire in films, neat contained bangs that sit comfortably in your ears. This wasn't like that. This was a crack that split the night in half. A sound that had edges. It didn't just hit my ears. It went through my teeth, rattled the hinges of my jaw, made the air itself feel solid for a moment, and then shatter. It bounced off the stone walls on either side of us and came back in jagged pieces, so it felt like we were standing in the middle of something breaking. People talk about feeling the bullet. I can't give you that. There was no slow motion sting, no burning line drawn neatly across my skin. I was running, and then something enormous hit me in the front of the head with the force of a hammer swung by God. The world jerked sideways. The taste hit before the pain. Iron, thick and sudden, flooding my mouth from nowhere, as if I'd bitten my tongue clean through. My teeth clicked together hard, and I had the absurd thought that I'd chipped one, the back of my throat filled with warmth that didn't make sense in all that cold air. The ground tilted. Black Lion Lane, which had been flat under my boots a heartbeat before, reared up at me. The wall and the sky swapped places, the dark line of the cemetery stones lurching into my peripheral vision above the low smear of cloud, spinning down to where my feet should have been. I didn't feel my legs give way, but they must have. The sense of speed changed. My charge turned into a fall, my forward momentum collapsing into a heavy, unstoppable drop. For a strange, floating instant, I was aware of my body as if it belonged to someone else, arms going loose, fists, uncurled coat flaring like a clumsy, broken wing. Then the lane caught me. My body hit stone with a sound I remember more as a feeling, a low, solid thump that ran through me and out again, like the echo of someone slamming a door in another room. I didn't bounce. I simply met the road and stayed there, all the force of my run spent in a single, graceless instant. The shot's echo was still tearing its way up and down the lane. It ricocheted off the brick fronts of the houses, off the cemetery wall, off the invisible underside of the low, iron-gray sky. For a moment, there were two sounds in the world, that jagged, unraveling crack and the strange, small hush that immediately followed it, like the space after a word you can't take back. Then even the echo began to thin. I'd like to tell you I remember pain, that I lay there with my head on the stone feeling the world bleed away in some grand, heroic agony. It would make for a better story, maybe. But the truth is, if there was pain, it never reached whatever part of me is speaking to you now. What I remember is the sound stopping. One moment the lane was full of it. The next it was gone, neatly cut off, as if someone had cupped their hands over my ears. The cold that had been gnawing at my fingers, my nose, my ears, receded. Not because the night warmed, but because it was suddenly very far away, like weather in another country. There was a feeling of distance all at once. Not in space exactly, but in thickness. Like the air between me and everything else had turned to water. The world became muffled, slowed. I heard Francis then, but not the way I would have a second earlier. His voice came to me as if I were under a pond, listening to someone shout, on the bank, muted. Warped the words, smeared around the edges. Oh God, I got it. Did I get it? I couldn't tell if he was talking to himself or to someone else. Footsteps scrambled nearby, boots slipping, catching, crunching on stray bits of gravel. The bush rustled violently, as if he'd pushed through it, branches snapping back into place after he passed. I didn't feel the vibrations in the ground, but I knew they were happening. Each one was like a small ripple in the dark, spreading out from a point, my body no longer quite occupied. It took a moment, an impossibly short, impossibly long moment, for me to understand what that meant. That I was lying in Black Lion Lane, but I was also not. That my chest, which had been heaving a heartbeat ago, was still. My hands, which had been fists, were open and empty on the stone. And yet I was still there, still hearing the lane, still aware of the wall at my side, the cold wind sliding over the top of it, the way the mist in the graveyard pressed against the stones like it wanted to see what was happening. I wasn't in my body anymore, but I hadn't left the street. Voices drifted in from further away, now strange and thin. A door opening somewhere up the lane. A woman's startled cry cut off halfway, then rising again, more panicked. A man shouting for someone to fetch help, though he didn't know yet what kind. In that stretched out sliver of time before the living truly understood what had happened, something else happened that I've never been able to explain to myself. I saw something behind Francis. He was still there in front of me, a dark, hunched silhouette against the slightly lighter strip of road gun clutched to his chest, now instead of aimed. His shoulders were shaking, his head jerked as he looked from my fallen shape to the bush, to the wall, back to me, as if hoping what he'd shot might get up and walk away, so this could be a different night. Behind him, where the lane opened out into deeper shadow, another shape stood. Tall, pale. Not glowing, not theatrical, not draped in the kind of robe the town had been whispering about for weeks. Just wrong. Wrong in the way it occupied the darkness, as if it were a patch of fog that had decided to stand upright and watch. No face I could see, no pointed hat or horns, no sheet ruffling in the breeze. Just a vertical smear of not quite there, like a cutout in the night that hadn't been filled in properly. It didn't move. It didn't reach for Francis or for me. It simply stood there, its attention fixed on us, as if we'd performed exactly as expected. You could say I imagined it, that my dying mind threw up one last cruel image to mock me. The skeptic finally seeing a ghost when it was far too late for the knowledge to do him any good. Maybe that's all it was. A story reflex, one last trick of a brain soaked in other people's fears. All I know is this, as the sound of the shot faded and the town held its breath. My last clear impression from inside my own life was not of the man who killed me or the lane or the wall. It was of something else standing just beyond him in the dark, calm and patient, watching a frightened tax collector and a dead bricklayer at its feet, like it had been waiting all along for the exact moment when a story would become a ghost. 6. 2. Anne's scream. 901,050 words. If you've never heard someone you love scream for you when you can't answer, I hope you never do. From where I was or wasn't, depending on how you look at it, I didn't see Anne leave the house the way a living man would. I didn't watch her put on her shawl or fumble with the bolts. What I caught were fragments, the door banging open too hard, the brief flare of light from the hallway spilling into the lane, then her shape dark against the glow, breaking loose and running toward me. Something had carried my last noise back to her. Maybe it was the shot, maybe it was the sound that came out of my mouth without my permission when the world turned sideways. She must have felt it land in her chest, because she didn't hesitate. Her skirt caught on the doorframe as she rushed out. I saw the fabric snag on a splinter, tugging her back for a second, like the house itself was trying to hold her. She yanked free with a tear of cloth and a curse, then launched herself into the lane. The door swung shut behind her with a hollow thud, cutting off the warm rectangle of light and dropping her straight into the same cold I'd stepped into not long before. Thomas. She called my name once, sharply, voice still strong. Her feet hit the stones in rapid, uneven beats, tap, 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 the sound of someone running who hasn't had time to think about how far they have to go. Thomas, the second shout cracked. The fear slipped in and split the word in half, turned the mouths into a ragged exhale. Her breath puffed around her face in white gusts that shredded as she moved. I lay where I'd fallen, my body suddenly an object among other objects, a shape on the road, a dark blot on darker stone. From wherever I was listening, the lane had gone strange, elongated, like it was stretching itself to fit everything that needed to happen on it. Anne's footsteps grew louder. I could hear the scuff where she almost slipped the sharp scrape of her shoe on wet cobble as she caught herself with a hand on the wall. For a moment, the only sounds in Black Lion Lane were her breath, her shoes, and the faint, thin ringing of the shot still buzzing at the edges of hearing. Then she saw me. She didn't slow. She dropped. One moment she was running, the next, she was on her knees beside my body, the impact of bone on stone swallowed by the weight of the moment. Her hands hit my coat first, fingers clutching at the fabric just below my shoulders, bunching it up, knuckles whitening as if she could pull me upright by force alone. "Thomas, no," she gasped. "Thomas, Thomas." She leaned over me, her face close to mine, trying to find some sign I was still there in the slackness of my jaw, the stillness of my chest. Her hair had come loose from its pins in the run. A strand fell forward, brushing my cheek. She pushed it back with a frantic, impatient movement, and then gripped my coat again, shaking once as if she could rattle my soul back into place. The scream tore out of her then. I've heard plenty of screams in my life, anger, surprise, the high, wild shrieks of children playing too rough. I thought I knew what a real one sounded like. I didn't. Not until that night. This wasn't a single sound. It was a series of them braided together. A deep animal wail from somewhere in the chest, wrapped in a higher, sharper note that cut like glass. It started as a word, my name, I think, but the grief strangled the syllables, stretched them into something that didn't belong to any language. It came out of her mouth and slammed into the stones, bouncing back, shattering, filling the lane from wall to wall. It echoed. You could hear it tearing its way up toward the houses, hitting shutters, like a thrown stone slipping through cracks in the wood to make sleeping people jolt upright in their beds. Every brick on either side of Black Lion Lane seemed to fling it onward until it wasn't just coming from Anne's throat anymore. It was coming from everywhere. For a moment, the sound was all there was. Then other sounds crashed in on top of it. Boots, many of them. They came from the direction of the pub, the same direction I'd walked from not so long before. A group of men running hard, their steps pounding in rough unison. Lanterns swung as they moved, their light bobbing and weaving crazily, throwing wild patches of brightness and shadow across the walls. The metal fittings clinked and rattled, the glass chimed against the frames in little staccato bursts. They were breathless, shouting half-formed words to each other. There, this way I heard it. The voices overlapped, tangled rode on the gusts of their own movement. They came around the bend and onto Black Lion Lane like a single creature with many legs. From where they were, from where I was hovering just outside my former life, the scene must have been exactly what they'd been rehearsing in their minds for weeks. A body in the road, motionless. A dark, hunched figure crouched over it, shoulders shaking, head bowed, issuing that awful, inhuman wail. A pale patch of cloth against the stones under both of them, my work clothes already marked and muddied, catching what little lantern light there was and glowing faintly. Everything they'd been talking about behind closed doors, the ghost, its victims, the way it would crouch over them, the way it sounded. They saw it all at once, laid out in front of them in one perfect, horrible tableau. There, someone shouted. There it is, the ghost. Another cried voice, cracking high. The watchman, the same one who'd been part of the talk of patrols and false alarms, broke from the group without waiting for agreement. His boots thudded harder, faster. The lantern light swung wildly as he sprinted, making his shadow, and the shadows of the others jitter and stretch like tattered banners along the walls. Don't let it get away. Anne didn't look up. She was folded over me, her hands still on my coat, her forehead just touching mine now, as if she were trying to will breath into my lungs by closeness alone. The scream had broken down into sobs, each one shuddering through her body, tearing loose from her chest like it hurt. She didn't see the watchman barrel toward her. He lowered his shoulder at the last second and slammed into her with all the force of a man who believed he was tackling something not quite human. The impact knocked her sideways off my body. Her arm scraped along the stone. Her cry shifted from grief to shock mid-breath. They hit the ground together in a tangle. He rolled on top of her, pinning her down one hand, wrenching her arms behind her back, while the other scrabbled for rope he didn't actually have. His knee dug into her side. He was shouting words tumbling over themselves. "I've got it. I've got it. Help me tie it. Don't let it vanish." "Hold it down," someone yelled from behind him. Lanterns clustered closer. The light closed in, turning the little circle of road around my body and my sister into a stage. From the edge of that circle, the others watched, some edging nearer with clubs raised, some hanging back, eyes wide. None of them saw a woman. They saw the dark shape they'd been promised, writhing and shrieking over a corpse. They saw years of whispered fireside stories about specters and demons and things that fed on the living, made flesh in front of them. The grief-torn noises coming out of Anne's mouth didn't sound like words anymore. They sounded like everything they were afraid of. I tried to shout, tried to push my voice into the space between them, to grab the watchman's shoulder to roll him off her. Tried to put myself between his fear and her bruised ribs and scraped palms. Nothing happened. From my new vantage point, wherever that was, I had all the awareness and none of the leverage. I could see the way her cheek pressed against the cold stone. Her hair spread around her face like a dark halo, the way her fingers clawed uselessly at the ground when she tried to twist free. "That's my sister," I wanted to roar. "Get off her. Can't you see?" But that was the problem. For a few seconds, an eternity really, in the stretched out, slow motion time of shock, even I didn't. Looking down from wherever I was, my mind still full of what a ghost was supposed to look like. Half-heard descriptions, half-believed rumors, the hunched black-clad figure over my body didn't look like Anne. She looked like a knot of shadow, like something that had grown out of the dark lane itself. The way her back rose and fell with each sob, the way her head was bowed, the way her hands clutched. It matched the town's story too well. Fear had done its work so thoroughly that it bent perception. The men running into that scene didn't see a daughter and a brother. They saw what they'd been told to expect. And for a terrible instant, even I, who knew the curve of my sister's shoulders, the sound of her laugh, the way she swore under her breath. When she pricked her finger with a needle, saw that same wrongness. Then her voice cut through. Thomas, she sobbed, the name ripped raw out of her. Thomas, please. Hearing her call for me snapped something back into place. The shadow resolved into the woman I'd grown up with. The hunched form became Anne, as she'd been when she skinned her knee as a child, when she'd sat on the floor after a bad day and refused to cry until we were alone. But the watchman didn't hear the name as anything but noise. The posse didn't see the change. They were still trapped in the story they'd written for themselves, playing their parts with terrifying conviction. Fear had altered the way the town saw the world. It had turned my sister into a monster for the space of a few heartbeats, just long enough for her to be thrown down and pinned, long enough for everyone to feel briefly and horribly that they'd finally caught their ghost. 6.3 Ghost and not ghost, 901,000 words. The first thing that changed was the light. When the watchman tackled Anne, the lanterns were still swinging wildly, throwing jagged shapes across the wall and the road. The flames inside them flickered and jumped with every sharp movement, so the scene strobed a body on stone, a struggling shape pinned down men's faces, stretching and compressing in the broken glow. It looked chaotic, unreal, like something you might convince yourself you'd dreamed later. Then the men holding the lanterns realized they were close enough. They planted their feet, braced their arms, and steadied the lights. The shaking halos settled into still pools of yellow. The shadows stopped flailing and solidified into distinct shapes. In that steadier glow, the illusion they'd been clinging to began to crack. One of the lanterns was close enough to my head that the light fell directly across my face. My body hadn't moved since I'd hit the ground. My eyes were half closed, fixed on nothing. The white of my work clothes, which had seemed ghostly from a distance, was now just cloth, rumpled, scuffed with dirt, marked in a way that made a few men flinch and look away. Someone sucked in a sharp breath. "Wait," a voice said hoarsely. "Wait, that's..." He stepped closer, squinting as if he might be able to change what he was seeing by will alone. His boots made a reluctant scraping sound on the stone. The lantern light climbed up his legs, his hands, his face as he leaned over me. "It's Thomas," he said. The words dropped into the lane like a stone into a still pond. "It's Thomas Millwood." Everything else stopped. The knot of men who'd been hanging back, ready to pile in if the watchman's ghost broke free, froze with their clubs half raised. The ones closer to my body shifted their weight uneasily, as if suddenly aware of where they were standing. Someone at the back muttered a prayer under his breath, the familiar syllables tumbling over each other in a rush. Another man took a stumbling step backward and crossed himself hand-jerky in the air. What the watchman grunted, still grappling with Anne, his knee digging into her hip. "Hold it, it's his sister," someone else said, voice cracking on the last word. Look at her." The watchman's head jerked down. The lantern swung a little in response, but the light stayed strong enough to show what he hadn't wanted to see. He wasn't pinning down some formless shadow anymore if he ever had been. He was straddling a woman in a dark dress, her hair loose, her face contorted with grief and terror, not malice. Her hands weren't reaching for anyone's throat. They were clawing at the road, trying to get purchase, trying to get back to the still figure a few feet away. "Let me go," she gasped, voice raw. "That's my brother Thomas. Her words landed differently now that they had a name attached to something the men recognized. The sound wasn't a monster's cry anymore. It was a sister's. The line between the two was shamefully thin. The watchman's hold slackened. His fingers, which had been digging into the fabric of her sleeves, loosened. He rocked back slightly, his weight lifting off her enough that she twisted out from under him and scrambled toward my body on hands and knees. He staggered to his feet, suddenly clumsy, and took 2 steps back, as if he'd touched something hot. His mouth worked soundlessly for a moment. His eyes flicked from Anne to me to his fellow watchman, searching for some confirmation that this was happening, that he hadn't just imagined tackling a ghost and finding bone and breath beneath it. There's no sheet," one of the other men said faintly. "No robe. He's just dead," another finished. The word came out flat, airless. From where I hovered, it felt like watching a stage play, where all the actors suddenly realized the script they'd rehearsed didn't fit the set in front of them. Their confusion moved through them in a visible wave, faces shifting from triumph to uncertainty to horror. Hands that had been clenched around weapons, loosened fingers opening and closing aimlessly. Lanterns dipped their light, sliding away from the walls and down onto the ground. Anne reached me again and collapsed against my side, curling her body over mine, as if she could shield me from what had already happened. Her sobs had gone quieter, but they deepened. Each one seemed to drag itself up from somewhere far below her ribs. "I told him not to go," she whispered against my chest, voice breaking. "I told him..." The men closest to us looked away, suddenly fascinated by the stones, the wall, the way their own shadows stretched away into the dark. No one knew where to put their eyes. Further back, one fellow turned aside abruptly, shoved his way past the others until he hit the wall and bent over with his hands braced on his knees. The retching started softly, then built. The sound of him vomiting into the gutter scraped along the edge of the muffled, quiet, obscene, and painfully human. Over it all, there was still a faint, high buzzing in everyone's ears, the ghost of the shot refusing to die as quickly as the man it had killed. And then Francis came into view. He'd been there already. In a way, my last living glimpse of him had been in that muzzle flash moment. But in the confusion, he'd slipped from my attention. Now he reappeared at the edge of the circle of lantern light, having either led the posse down the lane or been dragged along by them. His breath came in ragged pulls, his coat skewed hat, askew hair damp with sweat despite the cold. For a heartbeat, he stayed at the rim, as if afraid to cross into the lit space. Then something in him pushed forward. He stepped past the outer ring of men eyes fixed on the ground where the others were looking. He saw the boots first, mine still at an awkward angle. Then my legs, my white work clothes, the way my arm lay crooked and wrong. And finally, as the lantern nearest him dipped a little lower my face, the color drained from his. Whatever heat had flushed his cheeks from the run vanished, leaving him gray in the fireless light. His mouth opened, but no sound came out right away. "Oh God," he managed eventually. "No. He stumbled the last few steps and dropped to his knees a short distance from my head, as if his legs had given out under the weight of what he was seeing. His hands still red from the cold, and the way he'd gripped the gun hovered uselessly in the air before him. I thought he started, then choked the rest back. No one rushed to reassure him. No one said it could have been anyone or you didn't know. They were all busy wrestling with their own knowledge that they had wanted this. Not this outcome exactly, but this moment proof that the thing haunting them had a body and ending. Instead, they had me. Just a bricklayer in a dirty white suit. A man they'd shared drinks with, worked beside, argued with about the absurdity of ghosts. A man who'd slammed his mug down in the pub and declared that if anyone was going to get killed, it would be by someone with a gun, not some spirit. Anne's crying filled the spaces where their words should have been. The watchman stood with his hands hanging useless at his sides, staring at them as if he didn't recognize them. The fellow who'd been sick wiped his mouth on his sleeve and wouldn't look up. Someone in the back muttered, "Christ have mercy," over and over, like the words might patch the hole in the scene. They'd thought they had the ghost and its latest victim. Instead, they had a dead man on cold stones and his grieving sister, and a lane that suddenly felt much too small to contain what they'd all done together. I can feel you listening to this, waiting for me to wrap it up neatly right here. You want a moral, don't you? Something tidy to hold on to. Fear kills the innocent. Guns in the wrong hands are the real monsters. If you chase ghosts long enough, you turn into one. All of those would sound good engraved on a plaque somewhere. But we didn't have a plaque that night. We had my body cooling on the road, my sister trying to crawl inside her own grief, a watchman with his hands shaking, and a group of men who, only minutes before, had been eager for this confrontation. Now they had to decide what story they were going to tell about it. Because here's the part that matters more than any neat saying: Francis truly believed he was shooting a ghost. In that moment behind the bush, when he saw white cloth and a running shape and heard his own heart louder than the wind, he didn't think, "I am about to murder a neighbor." He thought, "At last, I found it. I can stop this." That belief, raw, terrified, absolute, was the only thing standing between him and the hangman's noose that waited on the other side of all this. Not truth, not logic, not what actually happened on Black Lion Lane, just the story in his head, and whether the rest of the town would decide that story was enough to excuse the ghost they'd helped him make. Chapter 7, The Ghost That Law Could Not Touch, 903 words, 7.1. Trial of a Ghost Hunter, 1001 words. I didn't expect to care what happened to Francis after I died. You'd think once a man puts a hole through your life, that would be the end of your interest in him. But when you have nothing left to do but watch, you find yourself following threads you never thought you would. That's how I ended up in a courtroom, weeks after my own burial, listening to people decide what my death meant. The court was a different kind of cold than Black Lion Lane. It was a tall room, high ceiling, ribbed with shadow, pale winter light, leaking in through long windows and getting swallowed by dark wood. The walls were paneled, the benches hard polished by years of men shifting uncomfortably as their fates were decided. The air smelled of ink and dust and old wool, and under all of that, a faint sourness, fear, sweat trapped in cloth and varnish. People filled the benches, their bodies layered like bricks. Neighbors, strangers, those who'd only ever known me as that fellow in the white clothes. There was a low murmur in the room that never quite stopped, like a hive humming. Now and then it would swell when someone entered, then shrink again when a clerk barked for silence. At the front, the judges sat elevated white wigs like frost on their heads. Faces set in expressions carved from years of seeing the same things: theft, assault, lies. They looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with sleep. On the table below them lay stacks of papers, quills, a heavy Bible whose cover had seen better days. Francis Smith sat alone. He had a wig too smaller, perched uncertainly, as if it might slide off if he moved too quickly. His face was thinner than it had been that night on the Lane, skin pulled tight over cheekbones. The ink stains that had once smudged his fingers seemed to have sunk into his eyes instead. There were dark hollows beneath them that no washing could take away. His hands rested on the table in front of him, fingers laced, but they wouldn't be still. They trembled lightly, ceaselessly, making the cuff of his sleeve shiver. When they called him to speak, his chair scraped against the floor in a way that made several people in the gallery flinch. He stood slowly like an old man and made his way to the witness box. The court official swore him in. His voice was steady for that habit, maybe. Tax collectors are used to reciting things. But when he began to tell the story, it cracked. "I was on patrol," he said, eyes fixed somewhere over the heads of the crowd, as if he couldn't bear to look anyone directly in the face. "With others. We'd been walking the lanes, watching for it. For the ghost." The words spoken in that formal room felt out of place, like spilled ale at a funeral. A few people shifted in their seats. A judge's eyebrow twitched. Francis swallowed. His hands tightened on the rail. We'd heard the stories, he went on. Everyone had. The woman near the churchyard. The man choked in the road. The driver with the horns. People were afraid to go out at night. We thought if we could find it, stop it, maybe the town would be safe again. His voice failed him for a moment. In the gallery, someone muttered "safe" under their breath in a tone that could have meant anything. The prosecutor stepped forward, wig immaculate, eyes sharp. His job, unlike Francis's, still fit him. And on the night in question, the prosecutor prompted, "Tell the court what you did." Francis drew in a breath that sounded more like a shudder. "I took my gun," he said. "I hid near Black Lion Lane, by a bush. I thought it would come that way, toward the churchyard or away from it. I wanted to be ready." He described waiting, the cold, the silence, the way every sound could have been something. For a moment, his words almost matched my memory, the damp earth, the way the dark pressed close. "Then I saw it," he whispered. The room leaned in. "I saw white," he said, moving fast, coming toward me. I'd been told it wore white, that it glowed, that it went for people in the road. All I could think was, it's here. It's coming. There wasn't time to ask who it was. There wasn't time for anything. "Did you see a face?" the prosecutor asked. Francis's mouth twisted. "No," he admitted. "It was too dark. It all happened, very quickly." "But you saw a human shape," the prosecutor pressed. "A man running, not some floating apparition. A man in clothes with arms, legs." Francis hesitated. His fingers dug into the wood. "I saw what I believed was the ghost," he said finally. That's all I can say." "I believed that is precisely the problem," the prosecutor cut in, smoothly turning to address the judges as much as the witness. You believed stories and shadows and gossip more than you believed your own eyes. And because of that, a man lies in his grave." He gestured vaguely in my direction, and for a strange second I felt as if the whole court were looking into the place I occupied. "He shot a man," the prosecutor went on. "Not a spirit. Not an it. A man. A flesh and blood bricklayer on his way to fetch his wife. You have the body, you have the clothing soaked and torn, you have the witness who found him his own sister. The ghost in this case," he said with a thin, humorless smile, "is nothing more than the truth Mr. Smith refused to see." Every word was a nail. "Doesn't matter if you deserve the coffin, once the nails go in, you're inside it either way." As the trial wound on, it struck me how stories were being weighed like evidence. Every rumor that had flitted through Hammersmith's nights, every I heard, every, they say, every shape in the fog, now sat in that room with us. The judges asked how many sightings there had been, how many attacks, whether anyone had actually seen hands or a face, or if it had all been cloth and fear. The defense tried to turn belief into shield. They brought in men who swore they'd been chased, touched, terrified. They spoke of the woman who died after seeing something rise from the graveyard of the driver who'd abandoned his horses of children who wouldn't sleep. They painted a picture of a town under siege by something no one could name. How is a man to act? The defense asked, when he genuinely believes his neighbors are being slaughtered by some fiend in the night. Should he not defend them? Should he not take up arms when the watch alone is not enough? The prosecutor countered by holding up my existence or what was left of it. Defense of others, he said, does not mean you may fire blindly at whatever frightens you. The law cannot bend itself around every superstition and call it protection. Mr. Smith did not fire at a ghost. He fired at a human figure without challenge, without warning. And because he did, Thomas Millwood is dead. My name sounded strange on his tongue. Not like the way my wife said it, or Anne, or my mates at the pub. It was a label here. Exhibit A, the late Thomas Millwood. I watched it all with the kind of detachment that comes when there's nothing left you can lose. I was angry at first, at Francis, at the men who'd whipped each other into such a fever that a neighbor in white clothes looked more like a demon than a man. But as the days passed and the arguments piled up, another feeling slipped in a kind of bleak curiosity. What would the law do with a ghost story once it had real blood and bone tied to it? When the judges finally returned with their decision, the room tightened like a chest, trying not to cough. Francis stood again this time without needing to be called twice. His hands weren't shaking now. They'd gone beyond that into stillness. Francis Smith, the presiding judge, intoned voice echoing off the high ceiling. You have been found guilty of murder. The word landed like another gunshot. There were gasps from the gallery, sharp and soft. Somewhere behind Francis, a woman sobbed once violently, then hid her face in her shawl. His family, I guessed. The watchman who'd tackled Anne stared at the floor as if he could vanish into the cracks between the boards. You are sentenced, the judge went on, to death. The gavel came down with a heavy knock that reverberated through the wooden benches, through the walls, through me. For a moment, the past and present blurred the echo of that mallet, the echo of the shot on Black Lion Lane. Two different sounds, same outcome. You might think I felt satisfaction then. Justice, some would call it. He killed you, now he pays. But as I watched Francis sag slightly under the weight of the words, I couldn't quite feel it. He looked like a man who'd already died once on that lane with me, and was only now being told his body had to catch up. Here's the twist, though. Stories are stubborn, especially when they've sunk their hooks into a whole community. The law had spoken once, but the story wasn't finished. 5 weeks later, the king himself reached into that courtroom from far away and changed the ending. By royal pardon, Francis Smith's death sentence was commuted, reduced to a year. A year in confinement instead of a hangman's noose. Not because he hadn't fired the shot. Not because I wasn't dead. Not because anyone had decided I somehow deserved it. But because the law decided that what he believed in, that moment that he was in danger, that the town was in danger, mattered, even though he was wrong. Fear, dressed up as reason, was granted weight alongside the bullet and the body. And if you're listening for a ghost in that decision, you'll hear one the shape of a town's hysteria, still moving the hands of men long after the echo of the shot had faded from Black Lion Lane. 7.2. The real face of the ghost, 901 Neuro 50 words. Time passed anyway. That was the only thing that didn't seem to care whether I was alive to see it. The patrols didn't stop all at once. At first, the men still went out at night with their lanterns and their guns, but their steps weren't as quick, their voices not as sharp. The first week after my death, they walked the lanes like mourners circling a grave they dug themselves. The second week, their routes got shorter. Third week, someone forgot to bring his musket. Another week, and the lanterns stayed home on a rainy night with mutters of, "What's the use?" You can only stay afraid at full burn for so long. Even terror gets tired. The talk of the reward for catching the Hammersmith ghost faded too. It didn't end with any grand announcement. It just quietly stopped being mentioned. Men at the pub shifted their conversations away from the graveyard and toward the price of coal, a neighbor's bad luck, the usual small angers of life. If someone started with, "Do you remember?" and that memory took a turn toward Black Lion Lane, a stiffness would creep into shoulders, eyes would drop to tankards, and the story would be steered elsewhere. On the surface, the town was moving on. That's what people like to call it, when the same streets are walked by the same people with the same worries, but there's a new quiet they don't want to name. And then the rumor about the shoemaker began. At first it sounded like any other scrap of gossip drifting along the lanes. "Did you hear about so-and-so?" They say he told the vicar. It floated out of doorways and down alleys, got caught in the steam over cooking pots, ridden on the breath of housewives and apprentices, and old men with nothing better to do than lean against walls and listen. He confessed, someone said, in the market, half whisper, half relief. The shoemaker. He's the one who was haunting the churchyard. The shoemaker. Another voice replied, scandal and recognition tangled together. You mean the one with the apprentices? The same. Says he dressed in white near the cemetery, wore horns once or twice. To scare them back, from where I listened, no longer tied to a pair of ears, but still very much tied to these streets. I followed the rumor back to its source, or as close as you can get in a town that hates to admit it was fooled. It went like this. The shoemaker, the same man I'd passed that last morning hammer in hand, had finally talked. Not in court, there was no grand trial for him. No judges in wigs, no crowded benches. Just a confession to enough people with enough status that it became true in the only way that matters for these things. People started repeating it. He told them he'd been furious with his apprentices. They'd filled his children's heads with ghost stories, taken delight in making them cry, then laughed about how soft they were. Night after night, he'd had to calm trembling little bodies, whisper comfort into ears too young to understand why anyone would enjoy making them afraid. He'd stewed on it. Fear is a kind of trade if you look at it sideways. His apprentices had given it to his children. He wanted to give it back. So he dressed for the part. White. Loose enough to catch the corner of your eye, bright enough to look wrong in the dark. Sometimes he added a hat pointed and long to change his outline. Once or twice, they said he even strapped on a pair of fake horns just to lean into the shape the stories had already carved. He lurked by the cemetery, knowing the boys passed that way. He walked between the stones, slow and deliberate, letting the wind take the edges of his makeshift robe so it would billow. When he saw them, he'd appear just long enough to be seen, then slip behind a headstone into a shadow out of sight. He never meant to touch anyone, he said, never grabbed a throat, never laid hands on a stranger. The choking, the grabbing, those were tales other people told about encounters he hadn't been part of, stitched onto his image like someone else's patch on his leather. He just wanted to teach them fear. He thought if they knew what it felt like to be the one jumping at every shadow, glancing over a shoulder, rushing past a graveyard, with their hearts hammering, they might think twice before inflicting that on children. But fear isn't a lesson you can control once it leaves your hands. What started as a petty revenge in a white costume slipped loose from his grip and ran wild. Other people added their own sightings, their own tremors. Some may have seen him, many didn't, but they all talked as if they had. The ghost became larger, more dangerous, more dramatic with every retelling. The stories piled up until they were heavy enough to tilt a tax collector's aim toward a shape in white on a narrow lane. When the shoemaker's confession spread, it didn't cause the uproar you might expect. There was no mob dragging him from his shop, no public apology carved into wood and hung above his door. There was instead something quieter, something like embarrassment. People didn't like what his admission said about them, that they had been led around by a man in a costume, that their terror, their patrols, their prayers, their late-night bolting of doors had all been at least in part a reaction to someone playing dress-up in the dark. So they did what people do when a story begins to show them more of themselves than they can stand. They tried to forget it. Not entirely, of course. The Hammersmith ghost made for too good a tale to vanish completely. But the shoemaker's part in it was quietly pushed aside. He became a footnote to be mentioned with an awkward chuckle or a dismissive wave. Oh, and there was that fellow with the sheet, they'd say, as if he were an amusing extra, not the spark that lit the whole thing. From where I watched, the shape of the story clarified in a way it hadn't when I was alive. A man in a costume made a town see ghosts. A tax collector with a gun turned a skeptic into one. The ghost itself, if you can even call it that, never laid a hand on anyone. It was people's reactions to it, their fear and their need to respond to that fear with something dramatic that did all the damage. A woman died of fright near the churchyard. I died of a musket ball on Black Lion Lane. The ghost's body count was written in ink and rumor, but the graves belonged to us. You might think the truth would kill the legend. That once everyone knew it had been the shoemaker in his white getup and horns slipping between headstones, the story would collapse like a punctured bladder. It didn't. It changed. Time is kinder to stories than it is to people. It smooths their edges, blurs their specifics, folds inconvenient facts into more comfortable shapes. As the years went on, as new children were born and old ones died, and Hammersmith's chimneys smoked through new winters, the tale of the Hammersmith ghost kept walking. But something had shifted in its outline. Where once they'd spoken only of a sheeted figure in the graveyard glowing and vanishing, they began to add something else, a different kind of apparition. Some said that on certain cold nights, if you walked alone down Black Lion Lane down near the bush that grew wild by the cemetery wall, you might see a man in white work clothes ahead of you. Not glowing, not floating, just walking. Shoulders squared against the wind hands in his pockets. He wouldn't turn when you called. His boots wouldn't make a sound on the stones. He'd just keep moving steady pace until you reached the bend in the lane. And when you turned it, he'd be gone. They didn't say my name much in those retellings. A bricklayer, some would murmur. A poor fellow shot by mistake. But the ghost they described, if they described him at all, started to sound less like the shoemaker's costume and more like me. That's what legends do when they're ashamed of their roots. They swallow what they've done and grow a new skin. The real face of the ghost was never a pale mask in a graveyard. It was a shoemaker who wanted revenge and used fear as his tool. It was a town that wanted a story more than it wanted the truth. It was a man with a gun shaking in the dark, choosing to believe in a monster rather than hesitate and find a neighbor. And if on some sharp January night, someone walking alone on Black Lion Lane sees a figure in white ahead of them and feels a chill that isn't just from the wind, well, call it a haunting if you like. Personally, I think it's just the story trying over and over to show its real face to anyone willing to look. 7. 3. Where you're sitting right now. 1001. 100 words. So here you are. Different century, different country probably. No cobblestones under your feet, no chimney smoke in your lungs. Instead, you're sitting in whatever passes for a quiet place where you live now, behind the wheel of a parked car, behind a strip mall, maybe screens glowing all around you. Or in a little bedroom, wrapped in drywall and fiberglass, your ceiling painted flat white instead of stained brown by coal smoke. But you're still doing what my whole town did. You're listening to a ghost story. Maybe you've got earbuds in the rubber tips sealing the rest of the world out. Maybe my voice is just coming through your phone speaker faint but close while the rest of the room hums and clicks around you. Wherever you are, take a second and let the sounds you've been ignoring come back into focus. Listen to your AC unit. Up until now, it's just been a background presence, a steady mechanical wind rattling faintly in the vent and moving recycled air past your ears. It's easy to forget it's there until it stops. When it does, it doesn't ease down gracefully. It cuts off. 1 second, there's a low rush in the walls. The next, there's hollow quiet. That sudden absence. That's the kind of silence we built our ghost on. Somewhere close by, your fridge will make itself known. They don't sit there politely. They grumble, buzz, then click as the compressor kicks on or off. A tiny sound, really. Plastic trays shifting coils, humming. But if you're listening for something, if you've let a story crawl under your skin, it can feel like a footstep in your kitchen when no one else is home. Maybe there's a highway near you, a dull, constant roar bleeding in through your closed window. Late at night, it smooths out into something like the sea, a low rolling noise that doesn't care if you sleep or not. Every so often, a louder rush passes under it, a truck, a car taking the exit too fast. That's your distant traffic, the modern answer to our far-off carriage wheels and iron-rimmed carts. If you're in an apartment, listen for the neighbors. An elevator bell down the hall, a soft ding that means someone's arrived on your floor. The faint thump of footsteps over your head. The whine of pipes when someone in another unit turns their shower on. A motion sensor light might have flicked on outside your door a few minutes ago. No footsteps, just the sudden flare through the crack at the bottom of the frame, as some drifting shadow or a moth or nothing at all triggered it. You live with all this every day. Most nights you let it all pass without thinking, the way we used to let the wind in the chimney and the cartwheels on stone fade into the background. Until someone says the word ghost, and suddenly every harmless sound comes crawling back with teeth. That's really all I've been trying to show you. 3 things. First, the horror setting. Not fog and graveyards and rattling chains, that's the costume. The real setting was our town turning itself into a haunted place without needing any real monster. Shutters, bolted doors, double-locked men with lanterns pacing the lanes, women crossing themselves at shadows. The fear didn't arrive with a floating specter. It seeped out of our own houses, trickled down our own stories, pooled in places like Black Lion Lane until someone slipped in it. Second, the rise and fall of the story. The way a joke became hysteria, became a hunt, became a killing. A shoemaker angry at his apprentices for scaring his children wraps himself in white and walks between the graves to give them a taste of their own medicine. A chimney sweep sees him or sees fog or sees nothing and comes back with a story. That story grows horns and glowing eyes by the time it reaches the pub. Men who live hard, simple lives, who need something bigger than bad wages and bad weather, start to lean in. They make patrols. They arm themselves. They convince themselves they're at war with something unspeakable. And then one night, a man in white runs toward a bush, and another man in the dark pulls a trigger. Third, the sound. The way every creak and footstep changed its meaning once we decided there was something out there. The same wind that had always rattled our windows began to sound like fingers. The same cart noise near the churchyard became the wheels of some spectral coach. The same footstep behind you on the lane yours, echoing off the wall, turned into something following you. We didn't get new sounds. We gave new names to the old ones. So let me ask you what I wished I'd asked myself sooner. Where are you right now? Are you in your kitchen, leaning on the counter with your phone in your hand? Light from the screen, painting your knuckles blue, while the ice maker mutters to itself in the freezer behind you. Maybe a fan is ticking just a little off balance, every rotation ending with a faint click you pretend you don't hear. Are you in your car, in a big parking garage at night? Concrete on all sides, yellow lines under your tires, pillars marching away into the dim distance. Your doors are locked, windows up. You can hear your engine ticking as it cools. Somewhere above you, footsteps cross the concrete, echoing in that hollow way that makes it impossible to tell which level they're on. Are you lying in bed with the door closed, lights off except for the glow of your phone or TV? The AC hums in the vent. The fridge in the next room clicks and sighs. Pipes in the wall expand or settle with little tapping noises that have always been there, but now, because you've made it this far with me, suddenly seem closer. That's where ghost stories really live. Not in graveyards. In the space between you and a sound you can't quite place. My town decided it was haunted long before anyone saw anything they could point to. We armed ourselves against a ghost and ended up killing a man instead. The shoemaker in his costume lit the match, but it was our own fear that turned Black Lion Lane into a furnace. Francis didn't wake up that morning planning to shoot a neighbor. He woke up believing there was something out there that had to be stopped. When something moved in the dark, he filled in the rest. You're safer than we were. You've got locks and cameras and lights that come on when anything bigger than a spider moves. You have neighbors on the other side of thin walls and police you can call, and a dozen little devices around you that beep and buzz to tell you they're working. But the part of you that jumps at a sudden noise that hasn't changed in 200 years. The real ghost isn't a figure in a white robe. It's that instant when a sound you can't name arrives, an extra footstep in the hallway, a soft knock you weren't expecting. The AC cutting out and leaving the room too quiet, and your mind doesn't leave it blank. It fills it in with the worst thing it can imagine. It gives the dark a face. It does exactly what Francis did on Black Lion Lane. So here's my last favor to ask. In the next few minutes, when this ends and whatever you're using to listen drops back into silence, pay attention. If your AC unit cuts out and the hum you barely noticed disappears, leaving a hollow, ringing quiet in the room. If you hear one extra set of footsteps in your hallway, or a muffled elevator ding that sounds like it came from the wrong end of the corridor, or a soft knock on the wall that your brain can't place right away, don't think of me. Don't picture wet cobblestones and a man in white work clothes running down a narrow lane. Don't see Francis in the dark gun shaking in his hands. Don't let Black Lion Lane unroll itself between your front door and your bedroom like a strip of old film. Because the more real you let a story become, the more real it's allowed to make you. It can turn you into a watchman seeing a monster where there's only a grieving sister. It can turn you into a man who pulls a trigger at a shape in white and only later realizes whose face he gave the ghost. It can turn every harmless creak in your own walls into a hand reaching for your throat. I never believed in ghosts until the night I became one for everybody else. This story at its core is not really about a ghost. It's about what happens when fear and imagination become stronger than reality, and how ordinary people can create a monster without even meaning to. We start with a working-class town, tired and anxious, where life is already hard. People work with their hands, they live close to illness, accidents, and poverty. In that kind of world, a ghost story is almost a relief at first. It's something bigger, something mysterious, a way to make all the little daily fears feel like they belong to a single, understandable threat. The Hammersmith ghost is born out of that need. Then we see how quickly stories can escape our control. One prank from a shoemaker, one creepy shape by a graveyard becomes proof. A few scared people retell what they saw, and every retelling adds a new detail: glowing eyes, floating robes, horns. No one sits down and decides to lie. They simply adjust the story to match how it felt. That is how rumor turns into truth. The story slowly becomes more powerful than any individual witness. What makes this tale so unsettling is that the real horror is completely human. The shoemaker never wanted anyone to die. Francis never left home planning to commit murder. Thomas never believed in ghosts and still ended up becoming one in other people's minds. Nobody here is a classic villain. They are all flawed, frightened, stubborn people whose choices pile up into tragedy. The story also reminds us how perception can be weaponized by fear. Once the town decided a ghost was real, everything they heard and saw was filtered through that belief. Extra footsteps, a figure in white, a scream in the dark. A grieving sister becomes a creature over a body. A man in work clothes becomes the ghost. Even Thomas, as a dead narrator, admits that for a second, he doesn't recognize Anne. That detail is powerful. It shows that fear can distort reality even for someone who knows better. There is also something strangely hopeful hidden underneath the darkness. The narrative forces us to look at our own reactions. It gently invites the listener to notice their room, their AC hum, their fridge click, and realize I am doing the same thing. I am letting a story change the way I hear my own house. That awareness is the first step to not repeating the pattern. We can't stop being afraid, but we can choose what we do with fear. The final idea is simple but sharp. The real ghost is that instant when we assume the worst and act on it. When we see a silhouette and decide it's a threat before it's a person. When we hear a sound and let panic write the rest of the scene. The story doesn't comfort us, but it does challenge us. Listen, think, question what you're told, especially when you're afraid. Have you ever realized after the fact that fear made you misjudge a person or a situation when you hear a strange sound at night? What's the first story your mind tells you? Do you think Francis deserved to be forgiven? Or should intention never reduce responsibility? In your own life, what ghosts are really just stories you've given too much power? After hearing this, will you listen to the sounds around you differently tonight?